Hello everyone, I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from, and what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. The Silence of the Blind Mansion, Chapter 1. The disappearance without a trace. The night was thick with the weight of silence as Detective Julia Rivas approached the imposing gates of the Valverde estate. The mansion loomed ahead, perched atop a hill like some ancient, watchful sentinel. Even in the moonlight, its stone facade seemed to absorb the light, casting long, strange shadows across the meticulously manicured grounds. Julia had been to countless mansions in her career, but none had ever felt as oppressive as this one. It was as though the house itself was alive, watching, waiting. The kind of place where every hallway whispered secrets that had no intention of being discovered. Inside, the Valverde family was hosting a grand banquet, celebrating the coming of age of their heir, Tomas. Julia had never met him, but the rumors surrounding his family were hard to ignore. The Valverdes had amassed power and wealth over generations, always one step ahead of the law, one step ahead of everyone. Their influence stretched far, and the mansion itself was a testament to their dominance, a sprawling labyrinth of rooms, halls, and passages, each more elaborate than the last. But for all the grandeur, there was something unsettling about the place, a palpable undercurrent of fear that clung to its polished floors and gilded walls. When Julia arrived at the mansion, the guests were still milling about, glasses of wine in hand, their laughter filling the air. But something about their smiles seemed forced, their eyes too bright, as though they were pretending to enjoy themselves. The air felt too thick, the shadows too long. As Julia moved through the crowd, she noticed a flicker of unease in the way people glanced at one another, like they were waiting for something. But what? Detective Rivas, I presume? A voice interrupted her thoughts, and she turned to see the butler, an elderly man with a gaunt face and a stiff posture. His uniform was immaculate, as expected of someone in his position, but his eyes, they were hollow, as though he had seen things he couldn't forget. The family is expecting you. Julia nodded, following him down a series of winding corridors, each more opulent than the last. The mansion felt alive, but not in the way a home should. There was a pulse here, an eerie rhythm to the air that made Julia's skin crawl. The walls seemed to close in around her as they passed, the paintings lining the hallways almost seeming to watch her with knowing gazes. It was as if the mansion itself was aware of her presence and disapproved. As they entered the banquet hall, the atmosphere shifted. The guests fell silent almost immediately, their conversations halting mid-sentence. Julia's eyes scanned the room, noting the nervous glances exchanged among the Valverde family. The patriarch, Don Francisco Valverde, sat at the head of the table, his sharp features illuminated by the flickering candlelight. His wife Clara was by his side, her eyes unusually wide and anxious, as though she were constantly waiting for something terrible to happen. But it wasn't Clara or Francisco who caught Julia's attention. It was the empty chair beside them. Tomas Valverde, the young heir, was missing. Julia glanced around, expecting him to be in a back corner, perhaps speaking with a friend or relative. But no, there was no sign of him, not even a shadow in the corner. She raised an eyebrow, her instincts already buzzing. "Where is Tomas?" she asked, her voice calm but commanding. The butler stiffened. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could answer, a muffled cry came from somewhere deeper within the mansion, an animalistic, inhuman sound that sent a chill down Julia's spine. The guests around her froze, their faces blanching, but no one moved. Julia's heart began to pound in her chest. There was something terribly wrong here, something far beyond a simple missing person case. The sound was distant but unmistakable. Someone, or something, was in pain. Without another word, Julia began to make her way towards the source of the noise, her every step calculated, measured. The mansion seemed to groan beneath her feet, its ancient wood creaking as though the walls were whispering to one another. As she moved deeper into the mansion, she realized how far she had wandered from the banquet. The halls were unfamiliar now, the rooms dimly lit and uninviting. The air was colder here, heavier, and every so often, Julia thought she caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of her vision, a shadow flickering where there should have been none. She reached a door at the far end of a corridor, its handle cold to the touch. As she turned it and entered, her eyes scanned the room quickly. The sound had stopped, but the unease had not. The room was lavishly furnished, with a grand mirror on the far wall. And there, standing in front of the mirror, was Tomas Valverde. His back was to her, but his reflection was not his own. In the glass, a figure, pale, faceless, stood beside him, reaching out toward his shoulder, its long, ghostly fingers almost touching him. "Tomas?" Julia whispered. But when the young man turned around, he was alone. No shadow, no specter, just him. Or so it seemed. His eyes were wide with terror, his body trembling. "Detective, they took me," he stammered, his voice barely audible. I don't know where I was, or how I got here. They came for me." And in that moment, Julia realized the real horror had only just begun. Chapter 2. The Hidden Mansion. The first light of dawn filtered weakly through the grand windows, casting long shadows across the opulent floors of the Valverde mansion. Julia had stayed up all night, speaking with the family members and the few staff members still left, though the more she learned, the less she understood. Tomas's disappearance was only the latest in a string of inexplicable events. The young man, pale and shaken, had been found in a dazed state near a dusty, forgotten alcove of the mansion, unable to explain what had happened during the hours he'd vanished. His terror was palpable, but his account made no sense. He had no memory of the time lost, just an overwhelming feeling of being watched. Julia could tell the family was hiding something. Their reactions were too carefully measured, their faces too calm, like a carefully crafted mask meant to conceal something far darker. They were all too willing to let her into the mansion, to open their doors, to give her answers yet. There was a sense that they were leading her deeper into the maze, into something far more sinister than a missing heir. The mansion itself seemed to play its part in the deception. It had a way of making you forget things, distracting you, as if it had a will of its own. The house was vast, unimaginably so, and Julia quickly realized that she could spend days just wandering its labyrinthine halls and still find new rooms she hadn't seen. The walls were lined with portraits of the Valverde ancestors, their eyes cold and judgmental, as if they knew every secret the house held. The smell of old wood, dust, and something darker lingered in the air, stifling her breath as she made her way deeper into the mansion. Every room was more lavish than the last, each one a monument to the family's power and wealth. Yet there was something eerie in their perfection, a perfection that screamed of repression and control. She started with the servants. The few remaining ones were nervous, often avoiding her gaze, or offering vague answers that only raised more questions. Julia found it strange that none of them spoke of their own experiences with the disappearances, as though they feared even mentioning it. The head housekeeper, a middle-aged woman named Senora Marquez, was especially evasive. She seemed to know more than she let on, but every time Julia probed further, the housekeeper would redirect the conversation, subtly steering her away from certain rooms or areas of the mansion. The mansion's secrets were buried deep, hidden in places even the family avoided. Julia followed the housekeeper's directions toward an old wing of the estate, an area that had been closed off for years due to renovations, according to the Valverdes. But as she explored the forbidden wing, a sense of wrongness settled over her, like a weight pressing down on her chest. The rooms here were not as lavish as the others. The air was thick with dust and the oppressive silence of forgotten memories. In one room, Julia found an old weathered bookcase, its shelves crammed with volumes of occult texts. One book in particular caught her eye, a leather-bound tome, its cover decorated with strange symbols that seemed to shift under the dim light. The book felt heavy in her hands, and as she opened it, she realized it was written in a language she didn't recognize, though the imagery inside was unsettling enough to make her stomach churn. Diagrams of arcane rituals and symbols filled the page's sacrifices, blood, the summoning of dark forces. It was clear now that the Valverde family had been involved in something far more dangerous than mere wealth and power. As she continued searching, she found a narrow staircase leading down into the mansion's depths. The steps creaked under her weight, and the darkness at the bottom seemed to pull at her, inviting her further into its grip. The air grew colder as she descended, and the silence was broken only by the occasional drip of water echoing through the cavernous space below. When she reached the bottom, she found herself in a stone chamber, cold and damp, its walls covered in ancient symbols. The smell of mildew and decay was overpowering, and yet something else lingered here, a far older, more malevolent scent that Julia couldn't quite place. On the far wall there was an altar, surrounded by what appeared to be remnants of old candles and ritualistic objects, bones, broken glass, and other unidentifiable remains. The sight sent a shiver down her spine. Whoever had used this place before her had performed rituals here, dark, forbidden rituals. The Valverde family wasn't just wealthy. They were tied to something ancient, something evil. And it was clear that whatever it was still very much alive in the mansion. Julia's heart began to race. She needed to get out of this room, but as she turned to leave, she froze. A figure stood in the doorway, a tall, shadowy form, its features obscured by the darkness. For a brief moment, Julia thought it was one of the family members, perhaps Don Francisco, but something about the figure was wrong. Too still, too silent. It was like a shadow pretending to be human. Then, without warning, the figure lunged at her, its cold hand gripping her wrist with unnatural strength. Julia instinctively reached for her gun, but the figure was gone in an instant, vanishing into the darkness like smoke. Her heart pounded in her chest as she stumbled backward, her breath coming in sharp gasps. She was not alone in the mansion, and the house itself was hiding more than just secrets. It was hiding something that didn't want to be found. Chapter 3. Echoes from the Past. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, leaving the mansion cloaked in an unsettling darkness. Julia had spent the better part of the day sifting through documents, old letters, and journals she'd found in the mansion's study, but nothing could prepare her for what she was about to discover. She had finally found the door she'd been searching for, hidden behind a heavy tapestry in the east wing of the mansion. The door was old, its surface warped with age and neglect, and yet it seemed to pulse with an energy she could not explain. Her hands shook as she pushed the door open, revealing a narrow staircase that spiraled downward into the earth. The air was cold and thick with dust, and the smell of damp stone filled her lungs as she descended. The deeper she went, the more oppressive the silence became, until it was nearly suffocating. The darkness seemed to press in on her, an unnatural blackness that seemed to have weight. She could barely see her own hand in front of her face, but she continued, her determination pushing her forward. She needed to understand. She needed to know what lay beneath the mansion, the secrets it had buried for so long. At the bottom of the stairs, Julia found herself in a vast underground chamber, its walls lined with ancient stone that seemed to absorb the dim light from her flashlight. The air here was thick with the scent of mildew, but there was something else, a faint, lingering trace of something foul. She felt an unsettling chill crawl up her spine as her flashlight beam swept across the room, revealing rows of stone pillars and strange markings carved into the walls. Symbols she recognized from the occult books she had found earlier. Ritualistic symbols. And in the center of the room stood a massive stone altar, stained with dark, dried remnants that made Julia's stomach churn. It was then that she heard it. A whisper. Barely audible, like the wind brushing against her ear. Her heart stopped for a moment, and she turned, expecting to see someone behind her. But there was no one. Only the cold, suffocating darkness. The whisper came again, this time louder, clearer. A voice, one that sent a jolt of fear through her veins. You shouldn't have come. Julia's pulse quickened, but she couldn't turn back now. She had to know what had happened here. She stepped closer to the altar, her flashlight scanning the surrounding area. There were other signs of life, old, decaying remnants of what looked like human sacrifices, skulls, bones, tattered clothing, and strange, unidentifiable objects that had been left behind. The air was thick with the weight of centuries of blood and death. Whatever had taken place in this chamber had not been for the faint of heart. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. They are watching you. Julia's breath hitched, but she ignored the voice and forced herself to examine the altar more closely. She could feel the heavy presence of something ancient here, something evil. As her flashlight flickered across the surface of the stone, she spotted something that made her blood run cold. Carved into the altar was a symbol, a circular design, with intersecting lines and strange geometric shapes. She had seen it before, in the grimoires she'd found earlier in the mansion's library. The symbol was associated with an ancient, forbidden cult that had once practiced dark rituals to summon entities from beyond the mortal realm. They had believed that by performing sacrifices, human sacrifices, they could gain unimaginable power. As the weight of the discovery hit her, Julia realized something far more disturbing. The Valverde family wasn't just wealthy. They had been involved in this cult for generations. The mansion was built on the remains of an ancient temple, and the bloodline of the Valverdes had been steeped in dark magic for centuries. Their wealth, their influence, their power, it was all tied to the rituals performed here in this very room. And Tomas, the young heir, had been chosen to continue the legacy. But why had he been missing? Why had he been so terrified when he returned? Julia's thoughts raced. Had he seen something? Had he been a part of the ritual? Or had something gone wrong? As she stood there, trying to process what she had learned, the air in the room seemed to change. The temperature dropped suddenly, and a faint, ethereal glow began to emanate from the altar. At first, it was barely noticeable, a flicker, like a candle burning low, but then it grew brighter, stronger, until the room was filled with a cold, unnatural light. Julia backed away instinctively, her heart hammering in her chest. She had learned enough. It was time to leave. But the door, her only way out, was no longer there. Panic surged within her as she turned in circles, searching for the exit, but the walls had closed in around her. She was trapped. The whispering voices were now a cacophony, echoing off the walls in an unintelligible chant. The stone pillars seemed to shift, as though the room itself was alive, contorting and changing. And then, just as she thought she might lose her sanity to the relentless noise, a figure appeared at the far end of the chamber, tall, cloaked in shadow, its features obscured. It was watching her, its presence both terrifying and commanding. The whispering stopped. The figure took a step toward her, its eyes glowing faintly in the dark. "You are not meant to uncover this," it said, its voice low and guttural. "The mansion's power is ancient, and you are the last to see it." In that moment, Julia realized that the mansion wasn't just haunted by the ghosts of the past, it was alive, and it was feeding on her fear. Her mind raced as she tried to comprehend what was happening. But the words of the figure echoed in her head. "You are the last to see it." Chapter 4. The disappearance of the servants. The mansion had become a place of shifting shadows, a labyrinth where the air itself seemed to conspire against Julia. Every step she took felt as if it were being watched, and each room she entered felt like a fragment of a nightmare she could never quite escape. The more she uncovered, the less she understood. The mansion's secrets were deeply woven into its very walls, its foundations soaked with blood and ancient curses that stretched back centuries. But it wasn't just the dark history that unnerved Julia. It was the people, or rather, the absence of them. The servants had begun to vanish one by one. It started with the gardener, an elderly man named Mateo, who'd been working at the mansion for decades. He had always been quiet, withdrawn, but his absence was noticed when he failed to report for his usual morning shift. "This isn't just a copycat," she murmured, shaking her head. "This is a message. Someone wants us to know this is their work." Lugo's eyes flicked to the woman's chest. There, carved into her flesh in a way that could only have been done with a surgical scalpel, was another symbol, the same one he had seen before. A web of interconnected threads. But this time, the design was more intricate, more detailed. It seemed to have a life of its own, each line drawing the eye into its depths, like a vortex that could pull you in and never let you go. The Tejedor was making his presence known. He wasn't hiding anymore. "This isn't just a group," Lugo muttered to himself. "It's a ritual, a twisted kind of worship. They're not just creating something, they're trying to summon it." The thought sent a chill through him. The surgeons of darkness weren't just interested in body modification. They were trying to bring something into the world, something ancient, something beyond their control. They were close, but Lugo could feel the danger closing in on them. As the investigation progressed, he realized the Tejedor was aware of their every move. Whoever he was, wherever he was hiding, He was pulling the strings. And now Lugo was caught in his web. The more they uncovered, the clearer it became that this wasn't just a case of gruesome murders, it was a race against time. Lugo wasn't just chasing a killer. He was chasing a nightmare that was steadily becoming more real. The Surgeons of Darkness were no longer just a myth, and the Tejedor was more than just a man. He was something older, more powerful, and far more dangerous than Lugo had ever imagined. Chapter 4. The scar on the skin, the search for answers grew darker with each passing day. Lugo couldn't shake the feeling that the Tejedor was toying with them, guiding them through a labyrinth of horrors, each new death a twisted clue. They had discovered so much already, but it felt like they were always one step behind, forever catching glimpses of the killer's plan without ever fully understanding it. It was maddening. Yet despite the terror of it all, Lugo knew he couldn't stop. He couldn't let this unravel any further without finding out what lay at the heart of it. It wasn't long before a break in the case came in an unexpected form. A survivor. At first, Lugo had trouble believing it. A woman, young and fragile, had been found in a derelict part of the city, barely clinging to life. She had been left for dead, her body similarly mutilated, stitched together with the same grotesque artistry. But there was something different about her. She had lived. Against all odds, she had survived the Tejedor's cruel hands. And now, she was the only person who could tell them what had happened to her. Her name was Maria Sanchez, and when Lugo first saw her in the hospital, she was little more than a trembling shell of a person, her eyes wide with fear, her body covered in bandages. The doctors had saved her life, but no one knew what damage had been done beneath the surface. As Lugo sat by her bed, her eyes met his with a mixture of terror and disbelief, as though she couldn't comprehend how she had made it out alive, or why. It was clear she was haunted by something far darker than the physical trauma she had endured. "Detective, I didn't know," she whispered, her voice barely audible, cracking with the effort to speak. "I didn't know what was happening until it was too late." Lugo leaned in closer, trying to calm her, to coax the words out, but he knew this wouldn't be easy. Survivors of such horrors often kept silent, locked away in their own minds, afraid of reliving the trauma. But Maria was different. There was a desperation in her eyes, a need to tell her story, even if it meant confronting the nightmare she had survived. I was taken," she continued, her hands trembling as she clutched the hospital sheets. They took me in the night. It was him, the Tejedor. He and his associates. They cut me open. They took me apart piece by piece." She stopped, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "I don't remember everything. I can't. But I remember the threads, the red threads. They were everywhere, pulling me back together." Her eyes closed, a shudder running through her body. "I don't know what they wanted, but I know they're making something new." Lugo's heart raced as he listened, piecing together her fragmented account. The Tejedor wasn't just removing organs or stitching people together for the sake of it. He was creating something terrifying. The idea of hybrid humans had crossed Lugo's mind before, but hearing it from a survivor brought the horror to life. The question that lingered in the air was no longer what the Tejedor was doing, it was why. Why was he doing this? What was the end goal? Maria's mind seemed to be slipping in and out of coherence as she spoke, but one thing stood out. She mentioned a room deep within the building where she had been held. "It was the last place I remember," she whispered. "I don't know what I saw there, but it was wrong, so wrong." She shuddered as if the memory itself threatened to consume her. The others, they were like me, changed, not fully human anymore. I think they were the next step, the next version. Lugo's mind raced. Maria was the first person to describe the experiments in such detail, someone who had been inside, who had seen the next step of the Tejedor's twisted work. Her words confirmed his worst fears. The Tejedor wasn't just looking for parts or creating mutilated bodies. He was conducting a long-term, horrific experiment to create something entirely new, something beyond human, and Maria somehow had been caught in the web. He needed to know more, but Maria was growing weaker by the hour. Her eyes fluttered, and her words became more incoherent. "He said it was almost finished, almost complete," she mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. "The project, The new world. Her hands clutched the sheets tighter, as though she were trying to hold on to something solid, something real. "They're coming for you, detective. You're the last piece." The words hit him like a punch to the gut. You're the last piece. He felt the ground shift beneath him. Could it be? Was he somehow connected to the Tejedor's experiments? Was this twisted web pulling him in too? Before he could ask any more questions, Maria's breathing slowed, her grip on life fading. The doctors rushed in, but Lugo knew it was too late. She had given them a glimpse into the nightmare, but it was a glimpse that would haunt him forever. As he left the hospital, he couldn't help but feel the weight of her words pressing on him. He was the last piece, the final part of the puzzle. And somehow, he knew that meant his life was the next to be woven into the Tejedor's horrific creation. That night, Lugo couldn't sleep. His mind was reeling, filled with questions that seemed to spiral endlessly. What was the Tejedor's endgame? Was there truly a new world waiting to be born? Or was this just madness? A deranged mind trying to play God? And how far was the Tejedor willing to go to complete his project? The answers felt just out of reach, taunting him like the shadow of something that wasn't quite human. Lugo knew one thing for certain. He had to stop this before it was too late. He had seen enough to understand that this wasn't just a series of random killings, it was an ancient, twisted plan unfolding before him. And now, it was clear that the final phase of the Tejedor's work was about to begin, and he was the only one who could stop it. Chapter 5. The obsession of the Weaver. Lugo sat in his dimly lit office, the faint hum of the city's nighttime noise filtering through the cracked windows. His mind was a storm, churning with thoughts of Maria's last words. "You're the last piece." He couldn't shake the feeling that somehow, in a way he didn't fully understand, he was a part of the Tejedor's plan. But why? What made him the target of such a monstrous scheme? His stomach twisted with dread, and for the first time in his career, Lugo felt truly vulnerable. The killer wasn't just out for anyone, he was hunting him. And the worst part was, he didn't know why. The connection between the victims and the Tejedor was becoming clearer with each passing hour. Each one was linked by the same patterns, strange symbols, careful surgeries, and an eerie, almost religious sense of purpose behind each act. There, hidden behind rows of ancient books, was a strange, weathered tome, one that hadn't been catalogued or documented. The pages of the book were brittle, its cover embossed with the same strange symbols she had seen in the cult's rituals. She opened it carefully, her fingers brushing the pages as she deciphered the ancient text. The words were written in a language that felt foreign to her, but somehow she understood them. To gain the power of the unseen, one must give of themselves. The passage seemed to pulse as she read, the words almost alive, as though the book itself was speaking to her. A soul must be offered. A bloodline must be bound. The price is eternal. But the reward is beyond comprehension. Julia's pulse quickened as she read further. The cult's ritual was not just about gaining the ability to become invisible, it was about possession. The members of the cult would lose themselves to the dark entity they had bound themselves to. The entity would consume their soul, turning them into something more than human, something that existed between the world of the living and the unseen, existing only in the spaces where shadows and light met. And once they had obtained this power, they could move through the mansion unnoticed, slipping past walls, past doors, unseen by human eyes. It was no wonder the Valverdes had been able to avoid suspicion for so long. They had the power to vanish, to become invisible in the eyes of the world. But it came at a cost. Their very humanity was slipping away. And with each new sacrifice, each new life taken, they grew more and more bound to the dark force that ruled the mansion. They were no longer human. They were something else. Julia's hands shook as she closed the book. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place now, and they made her blood run cold. The Valverde family had become something monstrous, something beyond the reach of ordinary men. And the servants, the missing staff, had all been part of their twisted rituals. Some had been sacrificed to fuel the power of the cult. Others had been taken to serve the family in their invisible forms, trapped forever between the realms of life and death. As she turned to leave the library, the air grew thick with a sudden oppressive stillness. A shadow passed over her, too fast for her to see clearly, but it was there, moving just outside the corner of her vision. The whispers began again, soft at first, like a distant murmur, but then growing louder, closer. Julia spun around, but there was nothing. The house seemed to be closing in on her, its presence suffocating, as if the walls themselves were alive, watching her. The whispers grew louder, and then she heard it, a low, guttural voice. Barely a whisper. You shouldn't have uncovered the truth. The voice was unmistakable, familiar. Clara Valverde's voice. But when Julia turned, there was no one there. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, all at once, echoing through the vast, empty hallways of the mansion. Julia's pulse raced. The family was not just hiding behind walls, they were hiding within them. They had become part of the house, part of the unseen, and now, it seemed, the house had turned its eyes on her. Julia had become a part of the game, and in this place, there was no escape from what had been awakened. Chapter 6. The Shadow That Hunts. The mansion was no longer just a building. It was a predator. Julia could feel its presence in every room, in every crack in the walls, and in every gust of air that sent a chill down her spine. It wasn't the cold of a draft nor the chill of night. It was something far more sinister, something alive. The more she uncovered, the more it seemed that the house itself had become an extension of the cult's dark power, a vessel that was now aware of her every move, her every thought. As the hours passed, Julia could feel the weight of the house pressing in on her. The air had thickened with a palpable unease, as though the very fabric of reality had begun to warp around her. She had always believed that she was the one in control, the one solving the mysteries of the mansion. But now she understood. She was not the hunter here. She was the prey. The sound of footsteps echoed through the halls. But when Julia turned the corner to investigate, no one was there. Her heart began to race. The mansion had been silent before, but now it was alive with movement, with hidden things that stalked just out of sight. She could feel the hairs on the back of her neck rise as the whispers returned, faint but unmistakable. They seemed to come from all around her, swirling like an invisible fog that clung to her skin. Julia, Julia. The whispers called her name, each one more insistent, more urgent than the last. The voice was low, guttural, and strangely familiar, but it wasn't Clara's voice this time. No, this was something far darker, a voice that carried with it a sense of hunger, an unholy thirst for something it couldn't name, and it was getting closer. Her breath hitched as she glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing. No figure in the shadows, no movement in the hallway. The mansion was empty, or at least that's what it appeared to be. But Julia knew better now. The house was never empty. It was filled with the unseen, the invisible members of the cult who had chosen to live in the dark corners of the mansion, moving like shadows between the walls, between the rooms. They were all around her, and they were waiting. The whispers grew louder, more pronounced, until Julia could no longer tell where they were coming from. They surrounded her, tightening like a noose. Panic began to claw at her throat. She had to get out. She had to leave, but she couldn't. The mansion's grip on her was tightening with every passing second. Her footsteps quickened, but as she turned a corner, the floorboards creaked behind her too loud, too deliberate. A shadow flickered in the corner of her vision, too fast to catch, but enough to make her blood run cold. "Who's there?" Julia called out, her voice trembling. The response came as a low chuckle, a sound that sent a jolt of ice through her veins. It was coming from the walls, from everywhere and nowhere all at once. She could feel the pressure building, the sensation of being surrounded by invisible eyes, watching, waiting. She wasn't alone. The cultists were near, right on the edge of her perception, slipping between the realms of visibility and shadow. Julia reached for her flashlight, but her hands shook too violently to hold it steady. The beam flickered erratically, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to stretch and move of their own accord. For a brief moment she caught a glimpse of something, just a flash of figure, darting across the hallway. It was human, but its movements were wrong, unnatural. It was too quick, too fluid, like something that didn't belong in the world of the living. Her pulse raced as she backed away, her breath quickening. She had seen them now. The cultists, they were real. They weren't just invisible, they were hunting her, their movements so swift and silent that they could slip in and out of existence like ghosts. But they weren't ghosts. They were something worse, something alive, driven by an insatiable hunger. The flashlight's beam flickered one last time, before plunging the hallway into darkness. The whispers stopped, and for a moment there was nothing but silence. Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. But then, she heard it again. A footstep. Slow, deliberate. It was so quiet, so subtle, that it might have been mistaken for the creak of the house settling. But Julia knew better now. It was the sound of something or someone moving closer. She took a step backward, her mind racing. She had no idea what to do. There was no escape. She had searched every room in the mansion, and every door, every window had been sealed. She had become trapped, not just in the mansion, but in the very grasp of the cult's invisible presence. And now, she was being hunted by them. Another step. Closer. This time, the sound was unmistakable. A low, rasping breath, as if something was inhaling the very air around her, savoring her fear. She turned on her heel and ran, her footsteps echoing down the hall, desperate, frantic. But no matter how fast she ran, no matter how hard she pushed herself, she felt them getting closer. She could feel the weight of their presence pressing against her, closing in from every direction. As she rounded another corner, she collided with something cold and solid, a wall, perhaps, or a figure. Lugo's pulse quickened as he turned toward the source. From the shadows emerged a figure, clad in a long, dark cloak. The figure moved slowly, deliberately, as if savoring each step, as if drawing out the moment of confrontation. Lugo's instincts screamed at him to run, but his feet felt glued to the floor. He couldn't tear his gaze away from the approaching figure. The figure stopped just before the altar, turning toward Lugo. The hood of the cloak was pulled low, obscuring the figure's face, but the voice that followed was chillingly familiar. "You've come, Detective Lugo. I've been waiting for you." The voice was calm, almost affectionate, as if speaking to an old friend. But there was no mistaking the malice behind the words. Lugo's heart raced. This was the Tejedor, the one who had been orchestrating everything from the shadows, the one who had been pulling the strings all along. "You don't have much time left," the Tejedor continued, his voice thick with satisfaction. "The final experiment is almost complete. You, Marcos, are the key to everything. You are the last thread that will bind the body and soul. The final step. Once you are altered, everything will be as it should be. The new world will begin." There was an almost reverential tone in his voice, as if he was speaking of a grand revelation. Lugo's mind raced. Altered. The word hit him like a physical blow. Was this what Maria had meant? Was he supposed to become one of the experiments? One of the hybrids, the culmination of the Tejedor's twisted dreams? His throat went dry. He had been so close to understanding, to piecing everything together, and now here he was, facing the one man who had been controlling it all. It was as if the investigation had been a trap, set for him to fall into, and now it was too late to escape. The Tejedor stepped closer, his shadow looming over Lugo like a dark cloud. "You see," he murmured, "there is no way out. I've studied you, Detective. I've watched you, followed you. You've been part of the experiment from the beginning, though you didn't know it. You were always meant to be the final piece. Without you, the ritual can't be completed. You will be the vessel through which the new world is born." Lugo's blood ran cold. There was no escape. He had been a pawn all along, pulled into this nightmare by forces he couldn't understand, controlled by a killer who saw himself as a god, a creator of a new world. The detective realized, with a sickening clarity, that he wasn't just the one trying to solve the mystery anymore. He was the mystery. And unless he could find a way to stop the Tejedor, he would become the final piece of the killer's unholy vision. Chapter 7. The Weaver in Action. The Tejedor's words echoed in Lugo's mind like a death sentence, reverberating through the empty church. "You were always meant to be the final piece." The killer's voice dripped with satisfaction, as if he were speaking of a masterpiece nearly finished, a creation on the verge of perfection. Lugo's pulse raced, his instincts screaming for him to run, to escape the church, but his body refused to obey. His legs felt like lead, as though the Tejedor had already woven him into his web, pulling him deeper into the nightmare. There was no running from this. The Tejedor's shadow loomed larger, his presence like an oppressive weight pressing down on Lugo's chest. The figure stepped forward, closer now, the dark hood pulling back just enough for Lugo to catch a glimpse of his face. It wasn't a face at all, not in the traditional sense. It was a twisted mask of scarred skin, unnaturally pale and stretched too tight over the skull. The eyes that peered out from the darkness were cold, almost alien, devoid of any human warmth or emotion. There was nothing but a glimmer of something other, something far beyond the boundaries of human comprehension. You see, Detective, the Tejedor's voice was quieter now, almost intimate. I've waited for this moment for years. The final phase of my work, the last piece of the puzzle. And you are the key. You've been prepared for this all along, without even knowing it. He raised a hand and Lugo's breath caught in his throat. The hand was covered in blood, the fingers twitching slightly, as if they were no longer fully under the Tejedor's control. It was then that Lugo noticed the marks on his hands, the scars running along the wrists, as though he had undergone the same surgeries he inflicted on his victims. Lugo's heart pounded in his chest, a wild rhythm that seemed to drown out all other sounds. "You're sick," he spat, his voice shaky but defiant. The Tejedor smiled, his lips pulling back to reveal jagged, uneven teeth. It wasn't a smile of joy, but a smile of cold satisfaction, as if he were amused by Lugo's ignorance. Sick? Perhaps. But what I am doing is beyond mere sickness. It is evolution, Detective. Ascension. You cannot comprehend it, but you will. You will understand once you become part of my work. You are the final step, the sacrifice that will bind the physical and the spiritual. And then we will create a new world. One where the boundaries between flesh and soul are no longer limitations. His voice dropped to a whisper, a sound that slithered through the air like a serpent. You, Detective, will be the cornerstone of it all. Lugo's mind raced. This was madness. How could anyone think they had the right to play God? To decide who lived and who died? To twist the very fabric of humanity into something unrecognizable? It was beyond the realm of reason. But the more the Tejedor spoke, the more Lugo realized that the killer wasn't entirely delusional. There was a terrifying logic behind his actions, a sickening sense of purpose that went beyond simple murder. Lugo's stomach churned as the full weight of the situation began to sink in. "Don't you see?" the Tejedor continued, stepping even closer. "This is not about the deaths, not about the pain. The suffering is merely a means to an end. Every sacrifice, every body, it all serves the greater purpose. I am crafting a new breed of humanity, a breed that is stronger, more resilient, untouched by the weaknesses of flesh. You, Detective Lugo, are the final thread that will tie it all together." He held up the glowing white thread that had been on the altar, the one Lugo had seen earlier. This is what will complete the experiment. Your soul will bind with the body, and then we will ascend. Lugo felt a surge of panic rise within him, but he forced himself to remain calm. He had to think. He couldn't let the Tejedor control him like this. He was right. In a twisted way, he had been the one piece that had always seemed to elude the killer's grasp. But now that he understood, he had to fight back. He had to break free from this nightmare before it consumed him entirely. The Tejedor reached for the thread, holding it with trembling fingers. "Once this is done, there will be no going back. I will weave you into my creation, and you will be something new. You will be beyond death, beyond human limitations." He began to approach Lugo, moving in a slow, deliberate fashion, as if savoring every moment. But something in Lugo's chest snapped, a primal instinct driving him to act. He had to survive. He had to destroy this madness before it spread any further. With a sudden movement, Lugo lunged at the Tejedor, knocking the glowing thread from his hands and sending it spinning across the altar. The Tejedor hissed in rage, his face contorting in fury as he grabbed at Lugo's arms, his grip like iron. But Lugo wasn't done yet. He kicked the Tejedor backward, sending him stumbling away from the altar. For a moment, Lugo thought he might escape, but he could hear the sound of something shifting in the shadows, more figures. Emerging from the darkness, their footsteps slow and purposeful. The room seemed to warp around him, the walls closing in, as though the very building was alive, part of the Tejedor's twisted vision. Lugo's heart raced. his mind scrambling for a way out. The figures that emerged from the shadows were not human, not entirely. Their bodies were stitched together, their faces half-masked in blood and scars, remnants of the experiments that had gone wrong. They were the failed creations, the ones that had come before him, and now they were moving toward him, like puppets on strings. Lugo had no choice. He had to fight. He grabbed a shard of broken glass from the altar, his fingers slick with sweat as he prepared himself for the coming assault. The figures surrounded him, their eyes vacant, but their movements precise, like they were still bound to the Tejedor's will. But Lugo wouldn't go down without a fight. Not like this. Stay back, Lugo shouted, his voice hoarse, but filled with a raw determination. He swung the shard of glass, slashing at the closest figure. It staggered back, but another took its place. The fight was futile, and Lugo knew it. He was outnumbered, and the Tejedor's creations were relentless. But he refused to give in. Not now. Not when the end was so close. Chapter 8. The unraveling plot. Lugo's breath came in ragged gasps as he swung the shard of glass with desperate energy, his movements fueled by a primal need to survive. The creatures surrounding him didn't flinch, didn't even hesitate, as they advanced with mechanical precision. Their eyes, hollow and glassy, locked onto him with the same eerie, soulless gaze, as if they were not truly alive. They were puppets, but who or what was pulling their strings? Lugo's mind raced as he struck out again, his heart pounding so violently in his chest that it felt like it might explode. The first figure he slashed at fell backward, its disjointed body collapsing in a heap. But another immediately took its place. And then another. It was like fighting shadows, like trying to break free from a nightmare that kept getting darker and darker. Lugo's arms were growing tired, the weight of the glass shard feeling heavier with each swing. But he couldn't stop. He couldn't afford to stop. He was surrounded by creatures that were part human, part something else, something twisted and unnatural. He could see the remnants of their former selves, human eyes and lips and ears, stitched into the grotesque frames of these experiments. The Tejedor watched from a distance, a sick smile playing at the corners of his lips. He stood in the shadows, his hands folded in front of him like a conductor observing a symphony. "You are so close, detective," he called out, his voice echoing eerily in the space. "So close to understanding everything, but you will never escape. You will never stop what is coming. I've already won. This world, it's already mine." Lugo's pulse quickened at the Tejedor's words. This world? The killer wasn't just talking about himself, or about the experiment. He was talking about something far more insidious, a transformation that was far beyond what Lugo had imagined. The hybrid creatures weren't just experiments, they were part of the larger goal, part of a new world order. And the final step in that order was Lugo himself. His soul, bound to this hellish place, would complete the ritual. It was as if he were trapped in a nightmare with no escape. With a sudden, furious burst of adrenaline, Lugo broke free from the closest creature, using the shard to stab through its twisted torso. The figure fell, and Lugo took a few staggered steps back, his heart pounding with terror and determination, but there was no time to breathe. The Tejedor's creations kept coming, a relentless tide of grotesque monstrosities that seemed to multiply as the seconds ticked by. Lugo was running out of time, and he could feel it. He was growing weaker, and soon he wouldn't be able to fight them off anymore. His eyes darted around the room, searching for any kind of escape, but the walls seemed to close in on him, the shadows growing deeper with each passing moment. The old church had become a labyrinth of darkness, each corner hiding more horrors, more twisted experiments. There was no exit, no way out. The Tejedor had designed this place as a trap his trap. Lugo was the final piece in the experiment, and the killer had prepared for this moment for years. Every move, every step had been calculated. Lugo had been part of the plan from the very beginning. The creatures closed in again, but this time Lugo was ready. He dropped the shard of glass and grabbed a rusted pipe from the altar, swinging it wildly as they approached. His strikes were frantic, his movements sloppy from exhaustion, but he didn't care. He had no choice. The pipe connected with one of the creature's heads with a sickening crunch, but it barely slowed down the others. They were relentless, and they would stop at nothing to finish what had been started. Lugo's mind raced, trying to find a way out. The tejedor had him cornered, and it seemed as if all hope was lost. Then, in a flash of movement, the door to the church crashed open, and Elisa stormed in, her eyes wide with horror but also with determination. She was holding a small but powerful-looking revolver, the barrel gleaming in the low light, as she raised it and fired. The first shot hit one of the creatures in the shoulder, causing it to stumble back, but it didn't go down. The second shot found its mark, hitting the creature in the head and sending it sprawling to the ground. "Elisa!" Lugo shouted, his voice hoarse with relief. "Get out of here! This is a trap! The tejedor, he's—" But Elisa didn't hesitate. She fired again, and another creature dropped to the floor. "I know," she said, her voice steady despite the chaos. "I've been following the trail. I know what's happening here, and I'm not leaving without you." She fired again, this time hitting another one in the chest. "You're not alone in this, Marcos. I'm not letting you become part of his experiment." Lugo could hardly believe what he was hearing. Elisa, the person he'd been relying on for answers, the person who had helped him uncover so much of the mystery, was here fighting with him, against the very thing that had been hunting him. He had assumed she was just an ally in this nightmare, but now he realized she had been just as deeply entangled in the tejedor's web as he had been. She had been tracking his every move, trying to find him, trying to save him. But as the last of the creatures fell, the tejedor stepped forward from the shadows, his face twisted in a sick grin. "You think you can stop it?" he called out, his voice filled with mockery. "You think you can save him, Elisa? It's too late. The ritual is already in motion. You can't stop it now. No one can." His voice dropped, turning almost tender. "You should be proud, detective. You are about to become something greater than you ever imagined. Something eternal." The tejedor held out the glowing white thread, the final piece of the puzzle, the one that would bind Lugo's soul to the hybrid body. It shimmered in the dim light, pulsing with an unnatural energy, as if it were alive. Lugo's mind raced. There had to be a way out. He couldn't let this happen. He wouldn't be the key to the tejedor's sickening ascension. Elisa stepped forward, her gun aimed directly at the tejedor. "You're wrong," she said, her voice fierce. "You've underestimated us. We will stop you. Not just me, not just Marcos. Together, we will put an end to your madness." The gun fired one last time, and this time the bullet hit its target, sending the tejedor stumbling backward. But he didn't fall. His laughter, chilling and hollow, echoed in the church as he straightened up. "No, Elisa," the tejedor said, his voice dark and twisted. "You've missed the point entirely. You can't stop me. And now you're too late. The experiment has already begun." Chapter 9. The unseen hand. The tejedor's laughter hung in the air like a poisonous cloud, suffocating every breath. Elisa's gun remained pointed at him, her fingers steady on the trigger. But despite the blow, the tejedor didn't seem shaken. If anything, he seemed to relish the confrontation, as though it were part of the plan all along. Lugo could see the smile curling on his lips, the madness in his eyes, and for a split second he wondered if there was any way out, if they could really stop this. "Is that the best you can do?" the tejedor taunted, his voice dripping with derision. He glanced at the shattered remains of the hybrid creatures around them, their twisted bodies sprawled in grotesque heaps. "Your little bullets and broken shards of glass won't stop what I've started. You are nothing compared to the power that's been unleashed here." His hands shook, but only with excitement, the erratic energy in his body seeming to fill the room. Elisa stepped forward, undeterred by his words. "You're wrong. We've already stopped you. The more you talk, the more you reveal about how fragile your little empire is. You are nothing without your creations, and once I pull this trigger again, that thread will never touch him. The entity beneath the house, it has been watching you, waiting for the moment when you would enter, when you would become part of the family, part of the pact." Julia felt her blood run cold. The mansion had been watching her. From the very first moment she stepped inside, she had been marked. It wasn't just the house, it was the entity itself, feeding on her fear, guiding her through its twisted halls, drawing her deeper into its grasp. And now, she was about to become another sacrifice, another soul claimed by the darkness. Why? Julia's voice was barely a whisper, her throat tight with the weight of her realization. "Why me? Why this place?" Clara stepped forward, her face twisted with a strange sadness. "Because you are like us," she said quietly. "You are a part of this lineage, whether you want to be or not. Your blood is tied to ours. It always has been. The entity chose you long before you understood. You are a part of the house now, a part of its hunger, and once you've been marked, there is no escaping. There never was." Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame Julia, and she stumbled backward. The room seemed to spin, the walls distorting, warping into grotesque shapes as the shadows pressed in closer. She could hear the faint whispers again, the voices of the countless others who had been consumed by the mansion over the years, their cries of anguish woven into the very fabric of the house. It was as though the house itself was alive, breathing, pulsing with an ancient and malevolent force that thrived on the suffering it had caused. Julia closed her eyes, fighting to steady her breathing, to regain control of her thoughts. There had to be a way out there, had to be something she could do. She couldn't let this be the end. Not like this. Not when she had come so far. And then, through the haze of her panic, she remembered something: the old grimoires, the ancient books she had found in the hidden rooms of the mansion. They were filled with rituals, incantations, dark symbols. She hadn't fully understood them, but now, as the shadows closed in around her, she realized that they held the key to the mansion's power, the key to destroying the entity. Her hands trembled as she reached into her jacket, pulling out the small leather-bound book she had stolen from the library. The ancient text was heavy in her hands, its pages yellowed and brittle, but she could feel its power thrumming through the paper. She could feel the presence of the entity growing stronger, closer, as if it sensed her intention. With trembling fingers, she began to read aloud the words etched into the first page. The language was unfamiliar, ancient and twisted, but she had no choice. She had to fight back. If she was going to survive, if she was going to break free from the mansion's grip, she had to face the entity and destroy it. The shadows recoiled at the sound of her voice, but the entity's hunger was not easily sated. It fought back, pressing in on her from all sides, wrapping around her like a noose. But Julia didn't stop. She couldn't. The mansion, the Valverde family, the darkness beneath it all, it was all coming to an end tonight. Chapter 10. The End of the Cycle. The mansion was alive. It was pulsing with an unnatural energy, the walls groaning under the weight of the entity that lived beneath them. Julia could feel it, feel its presence in every corner of the house, every flicker of shadow, every breath of wind. It was watching her, waiting, its hunger insatiable. But now, for the first time, Julia wasn't afraid. Not completely. She was determined, more than ever, to end this nightmare, to destroy the entity once and for all. With the ancient grimoire clutched tightly in her hands, Julia stood in the heart of the mansion. The dining room had long since dissolved into nothing more than a haunting memory, empty, save for the oppressive weight of the shadows that still lingered. The mansion had rejected her, fought against her will, but she was done running. She was done hiding. The family was gone. Clara, Tomas, the others once proud, once powerful, had all been consumed by the mansion, swallowed whole by the entity they had worshipped for so long. Julia had seen their faces twist into something unrecognizable before they disappeared into the darkness. The house no longer cared about them. It was fixated on her now. It wanted her, wanted to break her, to make her a part of its eternal hunger. But Julia had something it didn't expect. She had the knowledge to fight back. The words of the ancient ritual danced in her mind as she read from the grimoire, her voice steady, though her hands shook. She had no choice now. The entity had fed on the Valverde family for generations, twisting them into something beyond human, and it had used them to enslave the house. But Julia could break that chain. She could sever the pact that had kept the entity bound to this place, and she could destroy it. The mansion trembled as Julia spoke the incantation aloud. The air grew thick with an unnatural chill, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to writhe in response. The floor beneath her feet rumbled, as if the very foundation of the house was resisting her. It was alive, and it was furious. The mansion didn't want to die. It didn't want to be freed. But Julia pressed on, her voice growing louder, more forceful with each word. She had to do this. The Valverdes had been consumed by the house, their souls lost to its hunger. But she wasn't going to be their next victim. She wouldn't let this place claim her, too. The shadows gathered, swirling around her like a storm, the air thick with the scent of decay. Julia could feel the weight of the entity pressing in on her, its power seeping through the walls, through the floor, through the very air she breathed. It was trying to crush her, trying to snuff out the light she had kindled within herself. But she fought back with everything she had. She would not give in. Suddenly, a cold, guttural voice echoed through the room, reverberating from all directions at once. "You cannot escape, detective. You are ours. This house is ours. And you," the voice hissed, "you will feed us, just as the others have." Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she fought to keep her composure. The voice came from every direction, but there was no body, no form. The entity was not a thing, but an idea, a force, a presence that had existed long before the Valverde family had ever stepped foot in the mansion. It was older than time, older than the earth itself, and it had grown strong by feeding on fear and blood. She felt its presence surge, pushing against her mind, clawing at her thoughts. It was trying to make her see things, trying to break her. Visions flickered in her mind, images of Clara's cold smile, of the family's twisted faces, of the house itself coming alive and swallowing them whole. The mansion was nothing but a cage, a trap meant to ensnare her just as it had trapped them. But Julia refused to look away. She wouldn't let the entity win. With a final defiant shout, Julia spoke the last words of the ritual. Her voice echoed through the house, shaking the very foundation beneath her feet. The shadows recoiled, and for a moment, everything was still. Julia's breath was heavy, her body trembling from the effort, but she knew the ritual had worked. The mansion was no longer alive in the way it had been before. The entity's grip on the house was loosening. The cycle was breaking, but the entity was not going down without a fight. The mansion screamed. It was a sound that shook the walls, a sound that rattled the windows and sent Julia to her knees. It was the sound of 1,000 souls crying out in agony, the sound of something ancient and terrible being torn from its resting place. The house groaned, and the floors cracked beneath her. The shadows swirled around her like a violent storm, desperate to pull her under. But Julia held firm. She would not be consumed. The entity's presence grew weaker with each passing second. The shadows began to dissipate, retreating into the corners of the room as if they were afraid. The walls groaned, the floors cracked, and the air grew thick with the scent of decay. The mansion was dying. And as it died, Julia could feel the weight on her chest lighten, the suffocating pressure of the house lifting, as though the very air was becoming cleaner. And then, silence. For the first time since she had entered the mansion, Julia could breathe. The oppressive weight had lifted, and the air felt fresh and clean, almost as if she were outside. The shadows were gone. The house was still. It was over. The mansion that had once been alive, that had once been a prison, was now nothing more than a decaying shell. The entity that had fed on the Valverde family's blood, that had controlled them and twisted them, was no more. Julia had broken the cycle. The house was free. But even as Julia stood there, the weight of the victory sinking in, she couldn't shake the feeling that something still lingered in the air. The house had been destroyed, yes, but there was something else. A warning, perhaps. The mansion might have fallen, but the hunger it had awakened would never truly be gone. The darkness would always find a way back. With a final, long breath, Julia stepped away from the center of the room. She had done what she came to do. The Valverde family was gone, consumed by their own choices. The mansion had been freed from the entity's grip. And though Julia knew that some horrors could never truly be eradicated, she had given the house and the souls it had claimed a chance at peace. As she walked toward the door, her steps slow but steady, Julia looked back one last time at the mansion, now just a crumbling monument to its dark past. The door creaked open before her, and for the first time, it didn't feel like a trap. It felt like freedom. And as she stepped outside, into the cold night air, Julia knew that she would never forget what had happened here. The mansion, its horrors, and its family's sins would haunt her for the rest of her life. But at least now, she could walk away alive. The Curse of the White Spectre. Chapter 1. The Appearance of the Spectre. The San Jose Psychiatric Hospital stood isolated on the edge of a dark, foreboding forest, its aged stone walls a silent testament to decades of despair. The place had always been a haven for the broken, the forgotten, and the lost, its halls echoing with the quiet whispers of those trapped within. But this autumn, something shifted in the air, a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Something dark, something ancient, had begun to stir. It began as a mere murmur, a few scattered reports from the most troubled patients. At first, they were dismissed as nothing more than the ramblings of the mentally ill. But as the weeks passed, the stories grew more vivid, more persistent. One by one, the patients spoke of a presence, a figure they could see sometimes just at the edge of their vision, sometimes standing in plain view. It was a shape like no other, pale and shapeless, drifting through the halls like a wisp of smoke. But those who saw it were all certain of one thing: it was not human. Ernesto, an elderly patient known for his severe schizophrenia, was the first to mention the white shadow. He would sit at the edge of his bed, his eyes wide with terror, describing it as if it were a constant companion. "It watches me when I sleep," he would whisper. "Always in the corner, always just beyond the light." He couldn't explain it, but he said it had a face, one that was both hauntingly empty and disturbingly familiar. A face that seemed to draw him in, to beckon him toward it, yet never came close enough for him to fully understand what it was. Initially, the staff wrote off his claims as delusions, the product of his deteriorating mind, but it didn't take long for other patients to join in. At first, it was just one or two, their voices shaking with fear, recounting similar stories. "I saw it," one of them, a young woman named Clara, said tearfully. "It was at the end of the hallway. It was watching me. I don't know what it wants, but I think it's waiting for something." She described the figure in the same way Ernesto had: a pale, ethereal being, drifting silently through the walls, its movements unsettlingly smooth. The sightings continued to spread through the ward, and with each new account, the hospital's atmosphere became more oppressive. The staff started to notice a subtle shift in the behavior of the patients. Many grew more withdrawn, their eyes glazed with fear. Some would whisper to themselves at night, staring into empty corners of their rooms, as if the specter were standing just behind them. Others became violent, their terror manifesting in erratic outbursts, thrashing against their restraints, shouting about the white figure that haunted their dreams. The air grew heavy with an unspoken dread, and even the most skeptical doctors began to wonder if there was more to these stories than mere madness. Dr. Javier Gomez, a young and ambitious psychiatrist who had recently taken charge of the ward, was skeptical at first. He had always prided himself on his rational approach to the mind, believing that the answer to every symptom could be found in science and reason. But the frequency and consistency of the reports unsettled him. He couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Late one evening, unable to ignore the growing tension, Dr. Gomez decided to investigate for himself. He wandered the hospital's hallways, the lights dim and flickering as the darkness pressed in around him. The air felt cold, heavier than usual, as if the walls themselves were breathing. He didn't know what he was expecting, perhaps a sign, a glimpse of the specter that had so many of his patients in its grip. But as he turned a corner, the oppressive stillness of the hall made his skin crawl. The hospital, once bustling with the faint sounds of footsteps and voices, now felt like a tomb. And then, it happened. As he reached the end of the corridor, something caught his eye, a flicker of movement just beyond his peripheral vision. He turned, his heart pounding in his chest. At first, he thought it was just a trick of the light, but no, there, at the far end of the hall, was a figure. It was impossibly pale, a blur of white that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The figure didn't move like a person. It flowed like a wisp of fog, its shape constantly shifting, never fully materializing into something he could define. "Doctor?" Gomez stood frozen, his breath caught in his throat, as the figure slowly moved toward him, its presence chilling him to the core. It was as though the very air around him had thickened, the temperature dropping several degrees in an instant. His mind screamed to run, but his body refused to obey. The specter, if that's what it was, drew closer, and for a brief moment, their eyes met, or at least what he presumed were eyes, as the face was too blurry, too formless to make out any details. But the sensation was undeniable. This was no hallucination. The white specter was real. The figure stopped just a few feet from him, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, without a sound, it began to fade, dissipating into the air like smoke being blown by an unseen wind. Dr. Gomez was left standing alone in the dark, the only sound the pounding of his own heart in his ears. He didn't know what he had just witnessed, but one thing was certain. There was something in the hospital, something ancient and malevolent, and it was not content with just haunting the minds of the patients. Chapter 2. The murderer condemned Antonio del Valle's name had been whispered in fear long before he was admitted to San Jose Psychiatric Hospital. His crimes were notorious, making headlines across the country. A man of imposing stature, with a rough, weathered face that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 sins. Antonio had once been a respected member of his community. A businessman, well-known and well-liked, he had a family, a wife, 2 children, and a home in the suburbs. But everything changed one fateful night, when he was found covered in blood, sitting beside the mutilated bodies of his wife and children. The police had arrived at his home to find him in a trance-like state, muttering incoherently to himself. His wife's body was sprawled across the living room, her throat slashed, and his children were found in their rooms, victims of similar brutality. Antonio himself had been covered in their blood, his hands and face stained with the aftermath of what seemed like a horrific ritual. But when questioned, he remained eerily calm, as though he didn't even understand what he had done. His only response was a single sentence: "They made me do it." The trial that followed was a media frenzy. Despite his lack of remorse or even understanding of his actions, Antonio was deemed guilty. His defense was that he had been driven mad, that the voices in his head had told him to kill his family. But there were those who believed something more sinister was at play. Some whispered that he had been possessed, others that he had been a pawn in a darker, unseen game. Regardless of the theories, the verdict was the same. Antonio del Valle was sentenced to life in San Jose Psychiatric Hospital, where he would live out the remainder of his days among the most disturbed minds in the country. It was here, in this very institution, that Antonio's true torment began. From the moment he arrived, he was treated as both a criminal and a patient, a man whose mind had been broken by forces beyond human comprehension. His cell was isolated, kept away from the other inmates, for his own safety as well as theirs. For days, he refused to speak, his eyes glazed over, locked in a trance that made him appear almost like a shell of the man he once was. But slowly, his silence began to shift. It wasn't long before whispers started circulating through the hospital's staff. Antonio had begun to speak again, but not to anyone who could answer him. Nurses reported that at night, he would sit in his cell, muttering in a low, guttural voice. "She's coming," he would whisper over and over. "She's waiting." Some said he was talking about his wife. Others claimed he spoke of something far more terrifying, something that no one wanted to acknowledge. Antonio's behavior grew more erratic, his eyes widening at shadows that weren't there, his body trembling uncontrollably. Staff began to avoid his cell, but his reputation continued to spread among the other patients, especially those in the more troubled wards. Then one night, during a routine check, a nurse entered his room to find him in the corner of his cell, staring at the walls as though listening to something only he could hear. His voice, barely a whisper, filled the air. "She wants to finish it. She's coming for all of us." When the nurse asked who, Antonio simply shook his head. "I can't stop it," he muttered. She never left. The mysterious figure, the white specter, had now begun to be linked in hushed conversations to Antonio's crimes. Rumors spread that he had been somehow chosen by the entity, that the spirit had driven him to slaughter his family in some ritualistic act. The idea that the specter might be a malevolent force, something that had taken root in the hospital and latched onto Antonio's fragile mind, started to take hold among the more superstitious staff. But no one could prove it, not yet. Dr. Javier Gomez, who had taken over Antonio's care, was determined to get to the bottom of the man's psyche. In the sterile, cold room of his office, he studied the records of Antonio's trial and psychiatric evaluations. The details were chilling accounts of violent mood swings, delusional episodes, and violent outbursts that seemed to come out of nowhere. He was fascinated, yet repulsed. There had to be an explanation. What had caused Antonio's descent into madness? Had he truly been driven by voices? Or was he hiding something deeper, something far darker than anyone could imagine? During one of their sessions, Antonio finally spoke to Dr. Gomez, his voice hollow and devoid of emotion. "She speaks to me," he said flatly. "Every night. She calls me by name. She says I'm the one who must finish what was started." His eyes gleamed with something unholy, as though he knew something that no one else did. The doctor leaned forward, trying to extract more from him, but Antonio's words were cryptic and nonsensical. "She's here," he said, his voice trembling. "She's always here." Dr. Gomez couldn't help but wonder, was this man truly insane, or was there something else, something more supernatural at play? The following morning, a nurse discovered that Antonio had been found unconscious in his cell, his body contorted in a grotesque position, as if he had been struggling with something unseen. His eyes were wide open, staring into the distance with a look of absolute terror. And as the nurse bent down to check on him, she whispered something under her breath as though afraid to speak too loudly. "She's here, isn't she?" In the days that followed, Antonio's condition worsened, and whispers about the white specter continued to grow among the patients. Those who had previously spoken of the haunting presence began to form strange bonds with Antonio. The most disturbed of them all seemed to understand something about him that others did not. It was as though they were all part of some collective nightmare, one where the lines between the living and the dead blurred into an inescapable hell. Antonio's story was only beginning, and those who dared listen to it would soon find themselves trapped in the very darkness he had unleashed. Chapter 3. The Doctor's Investigation. Dr. Javier Gomez had never been one for superstition. The world, to him, was a series of problems to be solved, each with a rational explanation. He had spent years studying the human mind, unraveling the complexities of psychosis, trauma, and behavior. But as the strange events at San Jose unfolded, he found himself facing something that defied all logic, something beyond the boundaries of science. The specter, the whispers, the haunting visions shared by his patients. It gnawed at him, eating away at his skepticism. He began by reviewing the old case files, his fingers tracing over the yellowing pages. Antonio del Valle's case was only the beginning. Over the years, there had been other patients, other reports of eerie happenings, ghostly apparitions, and inexplicable deaths. The more he read, the more he realized that these were not isolated incidents. The history of San Jose was steeped in darkness, and something malevolent seemed to have taken root long before his arrival. As Dr. Gomez delved deeper into the hospital's records, he found a series of disturbing patterns. There was a long history of patients who had claimed to see the white figure or felt an overwhelming presence in the halls. The first report, from the hospital's very founding in the late 1800s, described a shadow in the walls, a ghostly presence that tormented the most vulnerable patients. There were mentions of unexplained deaths, suicides, and patients who had vanished without a trace. Many of the older staff dismissed these as mere rumors, but Dr. Gomez felt a cold knot form in his stomach as he read on. The more he uncovered, the more it became clear that the hospital was built on an old site, an asylum that had been shut down decades earlier under mysterious circumstances. This previous institution, known only as El Manicomio Viejo, was rumored to have been the site of macabre experiments on its inmates. The files were sparse, the details often vague, but they spoke of dark rituals, forced lobotomies, and patients who were subjected to brutal methods of treatment. Some even hinted at occult practices, though these reports were dismissed as nothing more than superstition. Yet, there was a consistent thread that ran through every case. The patients, especially those who had witnessed strange phenomena, were always the most disturbed. They were the ones who saw the white figure. One evening, as Dr. Gomez sat alone in his office, surrounded by the musty smell of old paper and the flickering light of his desk lamp, he received a call. It was from a nurse on the night shift, her voice trembling with fear. "Dr. Gomez," she said, "it's Antonio. You need to come quickly. Something's happened." Without a moment's hesitation, the doctor grabbed his coat and rushed to the ward. The last time he had seen Antonio, the man had been in a catatonic state, barely responsive. Now, it seemed, something had changed. When Dr. Gomez arrived at Antonio's cell, the door was open. The nurse, wide-eyed and pale, stood just outside, unable to step inside. He's not the same, she whispered, shaking her head. Inside the room, Antonio sat in the corner, his back pressed against the wall, his eyes wide and unblinking. His face was gaunt, his body unnaturally still. The air in the room was suffocatingly cold, and the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally long across the walls. "What happened, doctor?" Gomez asked, his voice steady but filled with concern. The nurse hesitated before speaking. I don't know. He was fine earlier. Then, just before midnight, he started muttering again. I thought he was talking to himself, but then she trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. Dr. Gomez stepped closer to Antonio, who remained motionless. His eyes, though wide open, were unfocused, staring into nothingness. Then, without warning, Antonio's voice broke the silence. "She came to me again," he said softly, his voice hollow. She said, "The time is near. She's going to finish it, and then all of you will see." Dr. Gomez froze. "What do you mean? Who?" he asked, kneeling before Antonio. But the man didn't respond. Instead, his head tilted back, and he stared into the darkened corner of the room, a look of intense fear spreading across his face. "She's here," he whispered. "She's watching." Suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted. Dr. Gomez could see his breath misting in the air. A deep, oppressive silence filled the space, and he felt as though something was pressing down on him, an invisible weight that made it hard to breathe. He turned to look at the corner where Antonio had been staring. The shadows seemed darker there, thicker, as if they were alive, moving with a sinister intent. A cold gust of wind swept through the room, even though there were no open windows. The nurse gasped and took a step back, her face pale. "Doctor, we need to get him out of here. This place, it's wrong." Her words hung in the air like a warning, but Dr. Gomez wasn't ready to back down. He needed answers. "Stay here," he ordered the nurse, his voice firm. He had to understand what was happening, what had been happening in this hospital for all these years. There had to be a connection, some thread that linked the strange events, the visions, and Antonio's bloody past. He couldn't afford to let fear cloud his judgment. He had to confront the truth, no matter how terrifying it might be. The following days were filled with frantic research and late-night investigations. Dr. Gomez scoured every inch of the hospital, looking for any clues, any signs of a pattern. He spoke with the oldest staff members, those who had worked at San Jose for decades. Some were too afraid to speak, while others hinted at things they had seen but couldn't explain. One old orderly, his voice trembling with age, finally said something that chilled Dr. Gomez to his core. "They say it started with the old asylum," the man muttered. "But no one ever talks about El Manicomio Viejo anymore. They've all forgotten. But it's still here beneath the walls." Dr. Gomez's mind raced as the pieces began to fall into place. The hospital had been built on the ruins of an old asylum, one where experiments had taken place, and where the whispers of ritualistic deaths had never truly gone away. The patients who had been driven mad by the horrors of the past, they were the ones who could see the white specter, the same specter that Antonio had seen, that had driven him to kill. And it seemed that the spirit was not just haunting the hospital, it was feeding on the broken minds within it. Chapter 4. The Hospital's Testimonies. The more Dr. Gomez dug into the history of San Jose, the more certain he became that the answers he sought were not locked away in records or buried in the past. The truth, it seemed, was living, breathing, and whispering in the very walls of the hospital. It was in the faces of the patients, in their eyes that seemed to peer into the unseen, that the mystery began to take shape. If he was to unravel the terror that plagued this place, he needed to listen to the voices of those who had witnessed it firsthand. It began with a patient named Samuel, a man in his mid-50s with a long history of violent tendencies. Samuel had been at San Jose for over a decade, having been convicted of murdering his wife in a fit of rage. The event was a tragic blur, with Samuel later claiming that he was under the influence of something otherworldly when he killed her. His mental health had deteriorated since, and his delusions often included strange stories about the woman who walks the halls and the one who watches in the shadows. When Dr. Gomez approached Samuel's cell one afternoon, the man was sitting in a corner, his back pressed against the cold stone wall. His eyes darted about, following something invisible to the rest of the world. "I saw her again," Samuel muttered as the doctor entered. "She's always there, just out of sight. Always waiting. She's been here longer than we have." His voice was low, strained, as though even speaking the words pained him. "Do you know what she wants?" he asked suddenly, his eyes locking onto Dr. Gomez's with an intensity that made the doctor take a step back. "She wants to finish what was started. She's going to finish us." Samuel's words echoed in Dr. Gomez's mind as he left the cell. They mirrored the cryptic mutterings Antonio had spoken earlier, and the connection between the patient's visions seemed undeniable. But the more the doctor spoke with the other patients, the more convinced he became that the white specter was not just a figment of their collective delusions. Many of them, some of the most disturbed and violent individuals, were eerily consistent in their accounts. They spoke of seeing a pale, shifting figure that roamed the hallways at night, watching them, following them, never coming close enough to harm them, but always remaining a shadow in the background. One evening, after another long day of research and interviews, Dr. Gomez sat in the dimly lit common room with a handful of patients. Among them was Clara, the young woman who had spoken of seeing the specter in the hall. Clara was a quiet, introverted person, but when she spoke of the ghostly presence, her voice grew sharp with fear. "I don't sleep," she confessed, her hands trembling. "Not really. She comes in my dreams, but also when I'm awake. She waits just outside my door, or sometimes I'll see her walking in the garden, just standing there, staring at me." Clara paused and looked around the room, as if worried someone might be listening. "They say she's looking for someone," she whispered. "Someone to finish what she started. Someone who has a debt to pay." The room grew deathly still as the other patients listened. It was as if they all knew exactly what Clara was talking about, and yet no one dared speak it aloud. Dr. Gomez watched them all closely, trying to gauge their reactions. Each one seemed haunted in their own way, their eyes filled with a knowing terror that was both unsettling and contagious. It wasn't just Clara and Samuel who saw the specter. It was them all patients who, despite their madness, shared the same terrifying experiences. As much as Dr. Gomez wanted to dismiss it as collective hysteria, the more he learned, the less certain he became. Late that night, the doctor found himself unable to sleep. The weight of the testimonies pressed heavily on his mind, and the mystery surrounding the white specter had begun to seep into his own thoughts. He could no longer ignore the connection between the patient's visions and the hospital's dark past. He returned to his office, his mind racing, and began to comb through the older files again, seeking a clue, a key that might unlock the truth. That's when he found it. A forgotten entry, buried deep within the records, a file on a former doctor who had worked at San Jose long before Dr. Gomez's arrival. The doctor's name was Victor Reyes, and his file was marked with an ominous note: "Retired under unusual circumstances." The record stated that Dr. Reyes had been investigating a series of mysterious deaths within the hospital, all occurring around the same time that the white specter was first reported. His notes were cryptic, but one entry stood out: "The spirit feeds on the broken. It has chosen this place to linger." The final line of his report sent chills down Dr. Gomez's spine. The curse of the hospital is not bound by the walls. It is bound to those who enter. It follows them. Dr. Gomez felt a cold shiver run through him as he read those words. Could it be that the specter was not merely haunting San Jose, but rather drawing power from the broken souls within its walls? And if so, was Antonio, whose mind had been shattered by guilt and madness, somehow the key to understanding what had gone wrong? The doctor's heart raced as he pieced together the fragments of history. What if the spirit wasn't just a ghost? What if it was a force, a malevolent entity that sought out those whose minds were most vulnerable, whose pasts were filled with blood and guilt? Unable to shake the feeling that he was on the verge of something horrifying, Dr. Gomez decided to confront the patients once more. He returned to Samuel, Clara, and the others, hoping they might reveal more than they had before. But this time, something was different. As he approached their rooms, he felt the temperature drop. A sense of foreboding filled the air, as though the walls themselves were watching. When he entered the common room, the patients were gathered in a circle, whispering among themselves. They stopped immediately when Dr. Gomez entered, their eyes filled with something between fear and expectation. I can hear her, Samuel said suddenly, his voice a low whisper. She's here. She's waiting for you, Doctor. She knows what you're looking for. Clara nodded slowly. She's not just in our heads, Doctor. She's in the walls, in the air. And she's hungry. The words hung in the air like a curse, and for the first time, Doctor, Gomez felt a deep, chilling fear that wasn't just in his mind, it was real, and it was coming for him. Chapter 5. The White Spectorate was a night like any other at San Jose Psychiatric Hospital, or at least, it should have been. The halls were dimly lit by flickering fluorescent lights, and the usual eerie silence hung in the air. Dr. Gomez had spent the entire day combing through patient records and historical documents, piecing together a puzzle that was growing more sinister by the minute. But even after all his research, nothing could have prepared him for the encounter he was about to have. He had decided to stay late in the hospital, hoping to find more evidence, more clues that could shed light on the mysterious specter. As the hours dragged on, the building grew quieter. The staff had mostly gone home, leaving only a few nurses and orderlies on the night shift. But something in the air felt off. A heaviness had settled over the halls, an oppressive weight that made it hard to breathe, as though the walls themselves were alive with menace. Dr. Gomez couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him. The first sign that something was wrong came when he passed by a hallway leading to the old wing of the hospital, a section that had been closed off for years due to its deteriorating condition. He had always avoided it. There were rumors about strange sounds, inexplicable noises, and strange occurrences that seemed to happen around that wing. But tonight, drawn by some invisible force, he found himself walking down the corridor, his footsteps echoing unnaturally loud in the silence. As he approached the end of the hallway, the temperature dropped. The air grew colder, and Dr. Gomez found himself shivering despite his thick coat. The lights above flickered, casting long, eerie shadows across the cracked tiles. He hesitated for a moment, then continued forward, driven by a mix of professional curiosity and the nagging feeling that something was pulling him closer to the source of the terror. He had to know what was happening in this place, and then he saw it. At the far end of the hallway, in the shadows where the flickering light could barely reach, a figure stood. It was tall, unnaturally so, with a shape that seemed to shift in the half-light. The figure was draped in white, but it wasn't the bright, clean white of a hospital gown. It was something darker, more unsettling, like the shade of something that had been washed in the dead of night. The figure stood motionless, as if waiting, watching, its head tilted slightly as though it was aware of his presence. Dr. Gomez froze. His heart pounded in his chest as his mind scrambled to make sense of what he was seeing. It couldn't be real. He had heard stories, read reports, but nothing had ever prepared him for the sheer terror of this moment. The figure was translucent, its edges blurring into the darkness around it. There was no clear outline, no distinguishing features, only the unsettling sense of a presence, something ancient and vengeful, that filled the space with an energy that felt wrong. The doctor took a tentative step forward, his breath quick and shallow. He was both terrified and fascinated, caught between his professional curiosity and the primal instinct to run. But as he moved closer, the figure began to sway, its movements jerky and unnatural, as though it were caught between dimensions. Dr. Gomez's skin crawled, and he could feel a chill crawling up his spine. A voice, faint and distant, filled the air, low and guttural, as though coming from deep within the earth. "Dr. Gomez," the voice whispered, "I know you. You seek the truth, but the truth is not what you think it is." The doctor's blood ran cold. He had heard that voice before, though not in person. It was the same voice Antonio had described when he spoke of the specter, the voice that had driven him to madness. It was the voice of the entity, the presence that had haunted the patients of San Jose for as long as anyone could remember. As Dr. Gomez stepped back, the figure in white moved, slowly at first, then faster, until it was gliding toward him. The air grew thick with the scent of decay, a fetid, rotten odor that seemed to seep from the very walls. The figure reached out, its long, impossibly pale fingers extending toward him. He stumbled backward, his feet tripping over themselves as panic surged within him. "No!" he gasped, his voice cracking. "Stay back." But the specter did not stop. Its face remained hidden beneath the flowing white fabric, but Dr. Gomez could feel its gaze, sharp and unblinking, boring into him. The temperature continued to drop, and the walls seemed to close in around him, the shadows stretching as though they were alive, reaching for him. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to flee, but his feet were rooted to the ground, as though the very air itself had trapped him. He tried to speak, to call for help, but his voice failed him. His throat felt tight, constricted, as though something invisible was choking the life out of him. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat echoing in his ears as the figure drew closer. It was almost upon him now, the stench of death suffocating, the whispers growing louder, more insistent. "I have been waiting for you," the voice hissed. "You are the one who will finish what was begun. You will join us, Dr. Gomez. You will become one with the broken." With a sudden, violent surge of fear, Dr. Gomez managed to break free from the paralysis that had gripped him. He turned and ran, his legs burning with the effort, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He sprinted down the hallway, not daring to look back, the sound of the figure's footsteps soft, almost imperceptible, growing louder and louder until it was all he could hear. It was closing in on him, just behind him, too close. He didn't stop until he reached the safety of his office, slamming the door behind him with a force that sent a shudder through the room. His hands shook uncontrollably as he fumbled for his keys, locking the door and then collapsing against it, gasping for air. His mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had it been real? Or had he finally lost his mind, like the patients he had been studying? The figure, the specter in white, it was real. It had been waiting for him, and it had made it clear. Dr. Gomez was now part of its world. The hospital, with all its cursed history, had claimed him as its own. And no matter how much he tried to run, the truth would always follow. Chapter 6. The Cursed Connection. After his terrifying encounter with the white specter, Dr. Gomez spent the following days in a haze of fear and disbelief. He couldn't shake the image of that pale, shifting figure, nor the unsettling whispers that echoed in his mind. The doctor had always prided himself on his ability to remain calm, rational, and in control of his emotions. But now, every corner of the hospital seemed to watch him. Every shadow appeared to stretch just a little too far. It was as though the very building had come alive, conspiring against him. Unable to sleep, he found himself returning to the hospital's archives, hoping that something, anything, could explain what he had just witnessed. The walls of the old building seemed to close in on him as he pored over the files, but none of them offered any relief. He had already read through the records multiple times, but now there was a sense of urgency, a need to find something that could stop the specter. His thoughts raced, his mind drawing connections between the ghostly entity, the hospital's history, and the patients who had witnessed it. The more he read, the more the pieces began to fall into place. The hospital, San Jose, had been built on the ruins of an older institution, one with a dark reputation. El Manicomio Viejo, the old asylum, was notorious for its cruel experiments on the mentally ill, some of which bordered on the occult. The files were fragmented, but the recurring theme was undeniable. Patients were subjected to horrific treatments, including lobotomies, electroshock therapy, and even bloodletting rituals, all in the name of curing their insanity. And beneath all of it, there were whispers of something darker, a force that was said to feed off the tortured minds of the patients, an entity that thrived on their fear and suffering. One entry caught Dr. Gomez's eye, a journal entry by one of the head physicians at El Manicomio Viejo, Dr. Luis Ferrer. The entry described the doctor's belief that the spirits of the patients who had died under cruel conditions were not at rest. He had theorized that the souls of the tortured had become bound to the land, that their pain had seeped into the very foundation of the hospital. But it wasn't just the spirits that haunted the building. It was the entity, the one that had been born from the suffering and the blood, spilled in the name of science. Dr. Ferrer had written, "The spirit that watches over us is not bound by time. It is an ancient force, born of the blood and madness that consumed this place. It will continue its work, feeding on those who come here, and it will never rest until it is whole." Dr. Gomez felt a chill as he read the words. The specter was not just a ghost, it was a manifestation of the hospital's dark history, a curse that had grown stronger with each life destroyed within its walls. The entity fed on the suffering of the patients, and now it was coming for him. But there was more. Another document, an old letter written by one of the patients at El Manicomio Viejo, revealed a terrifying truth. The letter spoke of a ritual, one that had been performed in the bowels of the hospital, in secret, away from the eyes of the outside world. The ritual was intended to summon a powerful spirit, one that could cure the patients of their madness, but at a terrible cost. The ritual had required a sacrifice of soul given freely to the entity in exchange for power. But the ritual had gone wrong, and instead of healing the patients, it had damned them. It had created the White Spectre, a being born of pain, suffering, and blood. The letter ended with a chilling warning. The spectre will never stop. It is hungry. It feeds on the broken, on the lost, and it will take those who seek to unravel its secrets. Dr. Gomez sat back in his chair, his mind reeling. The connection between the White Spectre and the hospital's dark past was becoming clearer, but it was also more horrifying than he had ever imagined. This was no simple haunting, it was an ancient, malevolent force, a curse that had been woven into the very fabric of the hospital. And now, it was targeting him. As the doctor pondered the implications of what he had learned, a cold gust of wind swept through the room, causing the papers on his desk to scatter. He jumped to his feet, his heart racing. The air felt thick, heavy, as though something was in the room with him. He turned slowly, his eyes scanning the shadows. For a moment, he saw nothing, but then, as if from nowhere, a figure appeared in the doorway. It was the White Spectre. The figure stood just beyond the threshold, its presence suffocating. Doctor Gomez could feel the weight of it pressing down on him, suffocating him, as it stared at him with unseen eyes. He took an instinctive step back, his breath caught in his throat, but the specter did not move. It simply stood there, waiting, watching, as if daring him to understand the truth. "I've been waiting," the specter whispered, its voice like the rustling of dead leaves. "You've uncovered the truth, Doctor, but the truth has no end. There is no escape. Not for you. Not for anyone." Dr. Gomez could feel his chest tighten, his heart pounding in his ears. He wanted to run, to flee from this creature that had haunted his every thought, but his legs felt like lead, unable to move. The specter took a slow, deliberate step toward him, and with each step the temperature in the room dropped further. His breath came out in visible clouds, his hands shaking uncontrollably. The specter's form flickered for a moment, its edges blurring and shifting, as if it were not entirely real, not entirely of this world. But its presence was undeniable. "You are part of the story now, Doctor. You are bound to this place, just like the others, just like Antonio." The mention of Antonio sent a jolt of recognition through Dr. Gomez's mind. The connection between the patients, the ghosts, and the White Spectre, it was all beginning to make sense. Antonio was a part of this, but so was he. The specter was not just haunting the hospital, it was feeding on the souls of those who entered it, claiming them one by one until it was whole. With a final chilling glance, the specter vanished into the shadows, leaving Dr. Gomez alone in the room, trembling. His mind raced with the implications of what he had just witnessed. He could no longer deny it. The hospital, San Jose, was cursed, and he was trapped in its web, just like the patients who had come before him. Chapter 7. The Return of Madness. The days passed, Dr. Gomez found himself trapped in an ever-deepening nightmare. The hospital, once a place of healing, had become a breeding ground for terror. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of impending doom, and the faint whispers of the White Spectre seemed to follow him everywhere. But it was not just the supernatural presence that haunted him. Something far worse was happening to the patients. The curse had begun to take a tangible toll on their minds, warping them into something darker, more violent. It started with Samuel, the once calm, introspective man who had warned Dr. Gomez about the White Spectre was now a different person altogether. He had become increasingly agitated, his behavior erratic and unpredictable. One evening, Dr. Gomez was called to his room after the orderlies found Samuel in a fit of rage. throwing himself at the walls, screaming at unseen entities. The doctor entered cautiously, the heavy stench of sweat and blood thick in the air. Samuel was lying on the floor, his hands clawing at his own skin, as though trying to tear it off. "Please, make it stop," Samuel screamed, his voice high and desperate. "She's inside me, doctor! She won't leave me alone!" His eyes were wide with terror, and his face was twisted in a grimace of pain and horror. "Doctor," Gomez knelt beside him, trying to calm the man, but Samuel's eyes locked onto his with a frightening intensity. "She's coming for you too," he whispered hoarsely. "She's coming for all of us. You can't stop her. She feeds on us, doctor. She'll devour you just like the others." The words chilled Dr. Gomez to the bone, but he didn't have time to process them fully before Samuel lurched forward, grabbing him by the arm with unnerving strength. "Don't let her take me," he shouted. His grip tightened, his nails digging into the doctor's skin like claws. The force of the attack was too much for Dr. Gomez to escape, and he felt a surge of panic as he struggled to break free. Just as Dr. Gomez thought he would lose consciousness, the orderlies rushed in, pulling Samuel away. He was dragged screaming down the hallway, his eyes still wild with terror. The doctor was left shaken, his heart pounding in his chest, but he couldn't ignore the chilling realization. The specter's power was growing, and it was pushing the most vulnerable minds over the edge. The hospital's patients were not the only ones affected. The staff, too, seemed to be falling under the curse's influence. Dr. Gomez had noticed the change in their behavior over the past few days, nurses moving in a trance-like state, orderlies becoming more aggressive with the patients, and even some of the doctors starting to show signs of paranoia. One evening, as the doctor walked through the sterile hallways of the hospital, he overheard a conversation between two nurses. "I saw her again," one of the nurses whispered, her voice shaky. "In the ward, just standing there. I couldn't breathe. She was watching me, waiting." "Shh," the other nurse hissed, looking around nervously. "Don't talk about it. You know what happens when we talk about her." Dr. Gomez stopped in his tracks, listening intently. The nurses were afraid, terrified of something they couldn't even name. He had heard enough to know that the specter's influence was not just limited to the patients. It was affecting everyone, weaving its web of madness throughout the entire hospital. The next day, things grew worse. A violent outburst occurred in the hospital's courtyard. Clara, the young woman who had first spoken of seeing the specter outside her window, attacked one of the orderlies. She had been docile for weeks, but suddenly, without warning, she flew into a frenzy, her eyes wild and unrecognizable. She screamed at the top of her lungs, thrashing against the orderlies who tried to restrain her. "He's here!" she cried. "He's going to kill us all!" Her words were incoherent, but there was a raw desperation in her voice that made it clear she was not just imagining things. She fought with the strength of someone possessed, and it took 4 staff members to subdue her. The doctor rushed to her side, but when he looked into her eyes, he saw only fear, a deep, overwhelming terror that had overtaken her completely. For the first time, Dr. Gomez began to feel like an outsider in his own life. He was losing control of the situation. The curse was no longer something distant, something he could observe and study. It was happening to him too. The hospital, once a place of care and safety, had become a twisted labyrinth, and he was trapped in it. The patients weren't the only ones who were unraveling. He was too. He couldn't explain it, but there were times when he felt as though the walls of the hospital were closing in on him. At night, he would hear faint whispers in the dark corners of the building, voices that seemed to call his name. When he tried to sleep, his dreams were filled with images of the white specter, its pale, featureless face looming over him, its cold, unseen gaze burning into his soul. He woke up in a cold sweat, heart racing, convinced that he was losing his mind just as the patients had. And then, one evening, as Dr. Gomez was walking down one of the hospital's long corridors, he saw something that made his blood run cold. At the far end of the hallway, barely visible in the dim light, he saw a figure tall, cloaked in white, its form shifting like smoke. For a moment, the specter seemed to hesitate, as though aware of his presence. But then, without warning, it moved, gliding toward him with unnatural speed. Dr. Gomez froze, unable to move. The specter stopped just in front of him, its face still hidden beneath the flowing white fabric. He felt a coldness, unlike anything he had ever experienced, as though his very soul were being sucked into the void. "You will join them," the specter whispered, its voice a hollow echo. "The madness is already inside you, Doctor. You can't escape it." Before he could respond, the specter disappeared into the shadows, leaving him standing alone in the hallway. His legs shook beneath him, and his breath came in ragged gasps. He could feel the madness creeping up his spine, sinking its claws into his mind. It was becoming impossible to tell what was real and what was just another hallucination. "Doctor?" Gomez realized, with a growing sense of dread, that he was no longer sure whether he was still a doctor investigating a haunting or just another patient trapped within the walls of San Jose Chapter 8. The soul's sacrifice. The hospital had become a living nightmare. Dr. Gomez felt the walls closing in around him with each passing day, as though the building itself was tightening its grip, suffocating him. The weight of the curse pressed on him like a heavy blanket, leaving him suffused with an overwhelming sense of dread. The patients were slipping further into madness, the staff behaving in increasingly erratic ways, and even the air seemed to thicken with the stench of decay. But amid the chaos, Dr. Gomez knew that the specter was drawing closer, and time was running out. He had no choice but to push forward with his investigation, even though his body felt like it was betraying him. His nights were filled with restless dreams of the white specter, its ghostly figure looming over him, its whispers of doom drowning out everything else. But it wasn't just in his dreams. In the waking world, he could feel its presence, a suffocating weight that followed him through the hallways, the sound of footsteps always just behind him, no matter how quickly he moved. One night, as he sat in his office poring over the old records, a letter arrived. It was unsigned, the paper old and yellowed with age, the ink faded but still legible. The letter seemed to speak directly to him, as though it had been waiting for him to find it. It was from a former head doctor of El Manicomio Viejo, Dr. Clara Ruiz, who had vanished years ago under mysterious circumstances. In the letter, she described the ultimate secret of the hospital, one that had been buried for decades. Dr. Ruiz wrote of a terrible ritual that had been performed in the depths of the old asylum, a ritual meant to summon an ancient force that would cure the patients, but at a horrific cost. The ritual had been designed to bind the souls of the patients to the hospital, trapping them within its walls so that the entity would gain power. The specter was not simply a ghost, it was a parasitic being, feeding off the souls of the damned to grow stronger with each passing year. The ritual had called for a single, willing sacrifice, someone who would offer their soul to complete the binding and ensure the specter's eternal existence. The sacrifice would be chosen from the patients, their minds already twisted and broken by the horrors of the hospital. But the ritual had gone wrong. Instead of a single soul, the specter began consuming them all, feeding off the suffering and torment of every patient it encountered. It had grown more powerful with each passing year, more ravenous, more insatiable. Dr. Ruiz's letter ended with a chilling warning. The specter has grown hungry, and it will stop at nothing to consume us all. The ritual must be completed, and the only way to end it is for someone to offer their soul willingly. The hospital is doomed to burn, and so are we all. Unless, Dr. Gomez's hands shook as he read the final words of the letter. Unless someone willingly sacrificed themselves to the specter to complete the binding, the hospital and everyone within it would be lost forever. The specter needed a soul to finish the ritual, to ensure its power over the land. Dr. Gomez could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him. The very idea of such a sacrifice sent waves of nausea through his stomach, but he couldn't ignore the truth any longer. He had to confront the specter, and he had to do it before it consumed everyone. But what if the only way to stop it was to become part of it? The more he thought about the letter, the more he realized that the specter had always been looking for someone to complete the ritual, a person who would offer themselves up to save the rest. But was that what he had to do? Could he do it? That night, as he paced the darkened halls, the whispers grew louder. The figure of the white specter appeared once again, this time in the center of the hospital, standing at the end of a long corridor, its pale form flickering like a ghost in the dim light. Dr. Gomez stopped, his heart hammering in his chest. knowing that this was no longer just an apparition. It was real, it was powerful, and it was hungry. "I know what you've discovered," the specter whispered, its voice soft and hollow, like a gust of wind through a graveyard. "You know what must be done, Doctor. You know what the price will be." Dr. Gomez's mind raced. He wanted to scream, to fight back, to find another way. But deep down, he knew that there was no escaping this curse. He had come too close to the truth, and now the specter was closing in, its power growing stronger by the hour. The patient's suffering, the madness, the twisted forms they had become everything, was leading him here, to this moment. "You want to stop it," the specter continued, its figure flickering in and out of focus, "but you cannot. You are already part of it. You have touched the truth, and now it has touched you." Dr. Gomez could feel the icy fingers of the specter curling around his chest, tightening, squeezing the air from his lungs. His vision blurred, and for a moment he thought he might collapse. But then, a single thought pierced through the fog of fear and despair. There is still a choice. The letter had said it, there was a way to end the curse. It wasn't just about stopping the specter. It was about finishing the ritual, completing what had been started long ago. The doctor could feel the pull of the specter growing stronger, its influence wrapping around his mind like a vice. He was no longer sure where the hospital ended and where his own consciousness began. The specter's whispers were filling his head, drowning out his thoughts. "You will become part of us," it promised, its voice growing louder, more insistent. "Your soul will be mine, just as the others have been." But in that moment of darkness, something snapped inside Dr. Gomez. The terror that had gripped him began to fade, replaced by a flicker of resolve. He had to make a choice. He could not let this evil continue, could not allow it to consume everything in its path. He had learned too much to walk away now. "I will not be your pawn, Doctor," Gomez whispered, his voice hoarse but strong. "I will end this." With that declaration, the specter recoiled, its form flickering violently, as though startled by the defiance. The air around Dr. Gomez seemed to crackle with energy, the temperature plummeting. The white specter screeched, an inhuman sound that echoed through the halls of the hospital, shaking the very foundations of the building. But Dr. Gomez knew that the final decision had not yet been made. To stop the specter, he would have to confront it fully, not just with words, but with action. The sacrifice that had been written about in the letter, the one that would complete the curse, had not yet happened. And if he couldn't stop the specter, it would continue to grow, consuming the souls of the broken and twisted minds within the hospital's walls. The time had come to make a choice, and Dr. Gomez knew that the only way to end this nightmare was to confront it head-on, no matter the cost. Chapter 9. The Final Confrontation. The hospital had become a twisted mockery of itself. The once sterile, quiet halls now pulsed with an ominous energy. Dr. Gomez moved through the corridors like a man walking through a dream or perhaps a nightmare that he could never wake from. Every step echoed with the whispers of the specter. Every shadow seemed to conceal a pair of unseen eyes, watching his every move. He knew that this was the final moment, the point of no return. Whatever happened now would either end the curse or seal their fates forever. His body trembled with exhaustion, but there was no time for rest. The specter was waiting, its hunger only growing as the madness continued to spread throughout the hospital. The patients, the staff, the very walls themselves, everything was part of this grotesque game. And Dr. Gomez, despite his terror, had to play his role. The ritual, the sacrifice, the binding it, was all coming to a head. He had to find a way to stop it, or he too would be lost. He descended into the depths of the hospital, where the oldest, most decayed sections of San Jose lay hidden. This was where the ritual had been performed so many years ago, where the specter had been summoned, where it had begun its insidious work. The air grew colder as he entered the forgotten parts of the building, the corridors narrower, the lights flickering and dimming. The silence here was suffocating, and yet the deeper he went, the more he felt the presence of the specter pressing in on him. There, in the heart of the darkness, he found it. A massive stone door, ancient and covered in symbols, was the only thing separating him from the final confrontation. The door seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, as though it were alive, as though it were waiting for him to unlock it. On either side of the door, there were faded inscriptions words in an old language that Dr. Gomez couldn't understand, but the meaning was clear enough. The soul must be offered. The circle must be completed. Dr. Gomez's pulse quickened as he placed his hand on the door. He could feel the specter's power surging behind it, a presence so strong that it nearly knocked him off his feet. His mind screamed at him to turn back, to run, to escape before it was too late. But he knew there was no turning back now. The only way out was through. He had to stop the specter, or it would continue to claim more lives, to devour more souls. With a deep breath, Dr. Gomez pushed the door open. The room beyond was a vast circular chamber, its walls lined with ancient symbols and the remnants of long-forgotten rituals. At the center of the room, a large stone altar stood, its surface stained dark with age. The air here was thick, heavy with the weight of suffering and despair. And standing before the altar, cloaked in an eerie, glowing light, was the white specter. It was more terrifying than he could have ever imagined. Its form was not just a shadow now, it was solid, its edges sharp and defined. The air around it crackled with an unnatural cold, and its face was not a face at all, but a void, a hollow, empty space that seemed to draw everything into it. The specter's presence filled the room, suffocating, as though it were not just a creature, but a force of nature itself. It turned toward Dr. Gomez, its movements slow, deliberate. "You've come," it said, its voice like the rustling of dry leaves, distant and cold. "You've discovered the truth, but it's too late. The circle is already complete. The sacrifice is already decided." Dr. Gomez's heart raced. He could feel the weight of the specter's words pressing on him. He had thought that he could fight this, that he could stop it somehow. But here in this place, with the specter staring him down, he realized the full horror of what he was up against. The entity was not just a spirit, it was a force, ancient and powerful, and its hunger was insatiable. "I won't let you destroy this place," Dr. Gomez said, his voice trembling but steady. "I won't let you feed off them any longer." The specter laughed, a hollow, echoing sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the room. "You think you can stop me? You think you can end this curse? The sacrifice has been made, Doctor. You are the last piece of the puzzle. Your soul is the key to completing it." Dr. Gomez's blood ran cold as the realization hit him like a physical blow. The specter wasn't just threatening him, it was telling him the truth. The ritual had never been about someone else offering their soul. It had always been about him. He had been chosen long ago, not as a savior, but as the final sacrifice to complete the curse. And now, standing in this room, facing the specter, he realized that he was its ultimate victim. "No," Dr. Gomez whispered, shaking his head in disbelief. "I won't give in. I won't." Before he could finish his sentence, the specter lunged at him, its form blurring as it moved with terrifying speed. Dr. Gomez stumbled backward, but the specter was upon him in an instant, its icy grip locking around his throat. His breath caught in his chest, and his vision blurred as the specter's power surged through him. "You will join us," the specter hissed, its voice seeping into Dr. Gomez's mind, filling it with the knowledge of the curse, the truth of the ritual, the inevitable end. "You will become part of this place. You will feed the madness, the endless cycle." Dr. Gomez struggled, gasping for air, but the specter's grip only tightened. His mind began to unravel, his thoughts slipping into darkness. The specter's voice was like a wave crashing over him, drowning him in despair. But then, through the haze of panic, Dr. Gomez remembered something he had read in the ancient documents. The letter from Dr. Clara Ruiz, the warning. There was still a chance, still a way to break the cycle. The ritual needed a willing sacrifice, yes. But there was one thing the specter hadn't anticipated: Dr. Gomez's defiance. Summoning every ounce of strength, Dr. Gomez reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small vial filled with salt, a simple yet powerful countermeasure. With trembling hands, he broke the vial, scattering the salt in a wide circle around him. The specter screeched, its form flickering violently as the salt touched its ethereal body. "You cannot resist me," the specter howled. But Dr. Gomez stood firm, his heart pounding in his chest. "I won't become part of your curse," he said, his voice steady despite the terror. "I'll destroy you, even if it costs me my life." The specter's wail filled the room as the salt burned away at its form. The power of the ritual began to unravel, the connection between the specter and the hospital weakening. The walls trembled, the room spun, and for a moment, everything went black. When Dr. Gomez opened his eyes, the specter was gone. The air was still, silent. The chamber was no longer filled with the suffocating presence of the entity, but Dr. Gomez knew that the battle was not over. He had faced the specter, but the curse remained. And even if he had defeated the creature for now, the cost was unimaginable. Chapter 10. The final scream. Dr. Gomez awoke to a silence so profound that it felt unnatural. The air around him, once thick with the malevolent presence of the white specter, now felt almost too still. For a moment, he dared to hope that the battle was over, that the curse had been broken, and the hospital could finally breathe again. He sat up slowly, his body aching, the remnants of terror still lingering in his chest like a dark shadow that refused to dissipate. But as he stood, his legs unsteady, he felt something wasn't right. The oppressive silence was overwhelming, suffocating him in a way that no ghost or specter ever could. It was as if the very walls of the hospital were holding their breath, waiting for something, waiting for the end. He moved cautiously down the hallway, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness, the flickering overhead lights casting eerie shadows along the cracked walls. The hospital had changed. Where once it had been filled with the sounds of patients in their rooms, doctors and nurses moving quickly through the halls, there was nothing now. No voices, no footsteps. The halls were deserted, as though every living thing had vanished in the wake of the confrontation with the specter. Dr. Gomez's heart pounded as a deep, gnawing fear crawled up his spine. Was it over? He reached the central corridor and stopped dead in his tracks. There, at the end of the hallway, was a figure, a tall, impossibly thin figure, draped in white. At first, it seemed like a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the flickering bulbs overhead. But as he blinked, the figure did not fade. It stood still, waiting. Dr. Gomez's breath caught in his throat as he realized with a sickening certainty that the specter had returned. "No," he whispered, the word barely leaving his lips before the figure began to move. The specter floated towards him, its form shifting with unnatural grace, as if it existed in a world that was not quite the same as his. Its face was still a void, a dark emptiness that devoured the light, and its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, pierced through him like icy daggers. "You failed," the specter's voice whispered, a soft, ghostly echo that seemed to vibrate through the very walls of the hospital. "You cannot escape what has already been done. You are part of me now." Dr. Gomez's heart raced, and a surge of panic gripped him. He had thought, perhaps foolishly, that by confronting the specter in the heart of the hospital, he had ended it, that the ritual had been undone, that he had broken the cycle of death and madness. But here it was, the specter, standing before him, as powerful and terrifying as ever. The curse had not been lifted, the ritual was incomplete, and the specter was still hungry. "No, Doctor," Gomez muttered again, this time with more conviction. "I stopped you. You can't have me." The specter's laugh was hollow, a sound that seemed to reverberate through every inch of the building. "You fool. You cannot stop what you have already begun. You cannot undo the binding. You are part of me now, just as they are." With those words, the hospital around him seemed to twist. The walls began to pulse with a sickly green glow, and the air grew cold again, sharp and biting. The flickering lights above him sputtered and went out one by one, plunging the corridor into darkness. For a moment, Dr. Gomez was surrounded by nothing but the eerie quiet, and then came the whispering, soft at first, like a breeze, and then rising to a maddening crescendo. The voices of the patients, the ones he had tried so hard to save, filled the air. Their cries, their screams, their tortured pleas for release, all of them were now part of the specter, feeding it, amplifying its power. The curse had never truly been broken. It had merely been delayed. The ritual had not needed him to destroy the specter, but to offer himself. He had become the final piece in the puzzle, the last soul needed to complete the binding. And now the specter was no longer just an entity in the hospital, it was the hospital itself. Dr. Gomez staggered back, his mind reeling. The terror that had once been a distant whisper was now a living, breathing force. He could feel the specter's presence inside him, could feel it tearing at his thoughts, his sanity. The walls pressed in around him, and in the dim light of the flickering bulbs, he could see the faces of the patients who had been consumed. Some were still there, their eyes hollow, their expressions vacant as they wandered the halls, mere shells of who they had been. "No," he screamed, his voice raw with the weight of his realization. "I won't be part of this. I won't let it continue." But the specter, now a force that controlled the very foundation of the hospital, was unrelenting. "It's too late," it whispered, its voice impossibly close. "You are already mine." A wave of nausea washed over Dr. Gomez, and he collapsed to his knees. The hospital seemed to close in on him, the air thick with the weight of the souls trapped within. The walls themselves seemed to moan, as though they too were suffering from the curse that had been placed upon them. The specter's influence spread further, consuming every corner of the hospital, every inch of space, until there was nothing but it. The very ground beneath him seemed to shake, and the lights above flickered wildly before going out completely, plunging the entire hospital into darkness. A terrible silence followed, broken only by the faint sounds of whispers, whispers that carried the weight of 1,000 lost souls, all doomed to wander the halls forever. And then came the scream. It was a sound like no other, a howl of pain and despair that echoed through the hospital, reverberating in every corner, rattling the windows and shaking the walls. It was the scream of the specter's final victory, the scream of the hospital itself, now consumed by the curse it had long contained. Dr. Gomez could feel his heart race, the darkness swallowing him, and yet, even in his final moments, he knew there was no escape. The scream faded, but the hospital remained. And in the darkness, the specter still waited, the shadow of the cross. Chapter 1. The arrival at the village. The early morning fog clung to the earth like a thick, suffocating blanket. Adrian Ramos squinted through the mist as the old van rattled along the uneven coastal road. His group of tourists, restless and murmuring in low voices, were all but silent now, perhaps sensing the unease that seemed to hang in the air. The town they had been searching for had come into view, but it looked nothing like the quaint, picturesque village described in the brochures. "What do you think?" asked Carla, one of the younger members of the group. She adjusted her scarf, glancing out the window with a mix of curiosity and discomfort. "This doesn't look like any tourist destination I've ever seen." Adrian shifted in his seat and took a long look at the village that was now visible through the thin veil of fog. The stone buildings were crumbling, their windows boarded up with rough, uneven planks. There were no people to be seen on the streets, no children playing, no vendors calling out to passers-by. It was as if the town had been abandoned, left to rot in a forgotten corner of the world. Yet, there was something about the stillness that didn't feel right. It wasn't just quiet, it was an unnatural silence, as if the very air was holding its breath. "Don't worry, it's just off the beaten path," Adrian said, forcing a smile. He had been studying the history of the area for months, and the thought of uncovering the secrets hidden in this forgotten village excited him, even if the strange atmosphere made his skin prickle. "There's a lot of history here, that's all." As the van bumped over the cobbled streets, the fog seemed to thicken, swirling around the group like a living thing. It clung to their clothes and hair, dampening everything it touched. The village felt like a place suspended in time, an eerie pocket of the past, where the modern world had never fully arrived. The air tasted of salt and decay, of something ancient and forgotten. They finally reached the heart of the village, a small square dominated by a massive stone church. The building loomed like a dark sentinel, its silhouette cutting sharply against the gray sky. The spire seemed to reach toward the heavens, yet there was something unsettling about the way it towered over the rest of the town. The stone was dark with age, and thick vines clung to its walls as if trying to pull it back into the earth. "Here we are," Adrian said, his voice dropping to a whisper as they piled out of the van. The church looked abandoned too, though its heavy wooden doors were shut tight, as if guarding something within. "I've read that this church dates back to the 17th century. There's supposed to be some kind of legend surrounding it." Carla raised an eyebrow. "A legend? Sounds like the perfect place for a ghost story." Adrian gave a short laugh, but it didn't reach his eyes. The place unsettled him more than he wanted to admit. Something like that, he said, stepping toward the entrance of the church. The others followed him, though they all moved with hesitation, as if the very ground beneath their feet had begun to feel unstable. As they stepped inside, the temperature seemed to drop immediately. The air was thick, laden with the scent of damp stone and something else, something faintly metallic, like old blood. The inside of the church was dark and oppressive, the shadows pooling in every corner as if the light itself refused to enter. Their footsteps echoed through the hollow space, but there was no response, no sign of life. Carlo whispered, "It feels like we're not supposed to be here." Adrian stopped and turned, his eyes scanning the altar at the far end of the room. There, suspended in the dim light, stood the cross, a massive wooden structure, worn by centuries of time. It was beautiful in a twisted way, but something about it seemed wrong. The wood had a deep reddish hue, almost like it had been stained too evenly for it to be natural. A cold shiver crawled up Adrian's spine as he stared at it. At least this way, she might gain more insight into what they planned, and maybe, just maybe, find a way to turn the tables. With a deep breath, Julia followed the butler through the vast halls, the mansion eerily quiet except for the soft tap of their footsteps. Every corner she passed seemed to hold a shadow, a flicker of movement that suggested the house itself was watching her, waiting for the right moment to strike. She could feel the eyes of the family on her as she entered the dining room, the cold, calculated gaze of Clara, the tense but still polite faces of the other members of the Valverde family. The dinner table was set lavishly, the silverware gleaming under the chandelier's soft glow. The long mahogany table was covered in fine china, but there was something about the whole setup that felt wrong. The plates seemed too perfectly arranged, the wine glasses too polished. There was an artificial perfection to the scene that unsettled Julia. It was as if the dinner was a show, a performance, and they were all waiting for her to play her part. Clara stood at the head of the table, her expression unreadable. "Detective," she said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, "I'm glad you could join us. We've all been waiting for you." The rest of the family nodded, their smiles equally strained. Tomas, seated next to Clara, didn't even look at Julia. His eyes were hollow, his face gaunt, as if the weight of what they had done had drained the life from him. Julia sat at the far end of the table, her eyes scanning the faces of each family member, trying to read something, anything that would give her a clue as to what was happening. But there was nothing. They were all perfectly composed, like statues, waiting for the moment when the ritual would unfold. A sudden, sharp sound cut through the tension, the sound of a wineglass being filled. Julia's gaze snapped to the butler, who was now standing by her side, offering her a glass of red wine. His eyes met hers, and for a moment she thought she saw something flicker there, something almost imperceptible, like a warning. But before she could question it, the butler set the glass down in front of her with a quiet, almost reverent gesture. Julia didn't take the glass. She didn't trust them, not anymore. But Clara was watching her intently, and there was a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. "You'll find that our wine is quite exquisite," she said, her voice dripping with false charm. "Please, drink. It's part of the tradition." Julia felt a knot tighten in her stomach. She had seen enough horror in her life to know when something was off, and everything about this dinner felt wrong. She had already uncovered the family secrets, their dark pacts, their insatiable hunger for power, and now she understood. This wasn't just a dinner, this was their final act. She had been invited, not as a guest, but as a sacrificial offering. The air in the room grew heavy as Clara raised her own glass, her gaze fixed on Julia. "To our continued prosperity," she toasted, her voice laced with a darkness that sent a chill down Julia's spine. "And to new beginnings." The family mirrored her, raising their glasses in unison. But Julia could see the truth in their eyes now. This wasn't a celebration, it was a death sentence. Julia's mind raced as she tried to think of a way out, a way to survive. But it was too late. The mansion had already claimed her. The walls seemed to pulse, the shadows gathering in the corners of the room like predatory beasts. The Valverdes had made their choice. They had fed the entity beneath the mansion for far too long, and now it was her turn to become part of its hunger. The family's smiles grew wider, more insistent. Drink, detective, Clara said again, her voice low and almost commanding now. Drink and be part of the family's rebirth. You will become one with us. You will serve the mansion, as we have. Julia stood abruptly, knocking her chair backward in a wild, desperate motion. No! She shouted, her voice breaking through the eerie silence of the room. I won't drink your poison. I won't. But before she could finish, the room seemed to darken around her. The shadows that had been lurking at the edges of the room now stretched across the floor, crawling up the walls like living things. The chandeliers flickered, casting ghostly light on the family's faces, which had contorted into something more monstrous, something inhuman. Clara's eyes gleamed with a predatory delight as the temperature in the room dropped, and Julia felt an icy hand wrap around her throat. You should have known better, Clara's voice whispered. But it wasn't her voice anymore. It was something darker, something far more ancient. The house owns you now. The family's eyes gleamed in unison, black as pitch, as the shadows in the room seemed to come alive, swirling around Julia like an invisible force that held her in place. The mansion was no longer just a place, it was a presence, a hungry, insatiable thing that fed on souls. Julia gasped for air as the shadows pressed closer, and she knew in that moment that this wasn't just a dinner. It was the final sacrifice. She had become a part of the house's twisted, eternal hunger, and no matter how hard she fought, there would be no escape. Chapter 9. The footprints of the past. Julia's vision blurred, the edges of her consciousness fracturing as the shadows tightened their grip on her. The dining room was no longer just a room, it had become an altar, the place where the mansion's ancient hunger was finally going to be satisfied. She gasped for breath, her chest tightening as the cold air pressed in on her from all sides. The Valverde family watched her with cold, unblinking eyes, their faces now nothing more than twisted masks, reflecting the true monstrosity they had become. Clara's smile widened as the shadows around Julia grew thicker, wrapping around her limbs like chains. She could feel the air growing colder with each passing second, the mansion's power seeping into her skin, filling her with an overwhelming sense of dread. Her heart hammered in her chest as she fought against the invisible force holding her in place, but there was no escape. The shadows were too strong, too vast, and they seemed to pulse with an insatiable hunger, feeding on her fear. What is this? Julia gasped, her voice barely audible as she struggled against the invisible bindings. She could hear her own heartbeat in her ears, a frantic rhythm that seemed to echo off the walls, but the family's eerie silence was deafening. She looked around, her eyes wild, as she searched for some clue, some way to break free, but the room was closing in on her. The walls seemed to be closing in, the windows now just black voids that offered no way out. This is what you were always meant for, Clara's voice said, the words twisting in the air, carried on the cold winds that seemed to seep from the very walls. You're just another piece in the puzzle, detective, another sacrifice to the mansion, to the entity beneath. Julia's mind reeled, her thoughts crashing together in a whirlwind of terror. The family had known all along. They had known that the mansion wasn't just a home, it was a prison, a temple, a vessel for the entity that had taken root in its depths, and the sacrifices had never stopped. The Valverde family had been feeding it for generations, each new member offering themselves to the darkness in exchange for power, for invisibility, for eternity. What is it? Julia choked out, her voice barely a whisper. What is this thing beneath the mansion? Why? Why me? The shadows recoiled as if reacting to her words, swirling around her like a storm. For a moment, it felt as though time itself had stopped, and then Clara's voice returned, distorted and alien. It is not just one thing, she said softly, her voice echoing in Julia's ears. It is a hunger, an ancient entity that feeds on power, and we are its keepers. We were born into this pact. Our blood is tied to the house, and the house is tied to it. And now, so is yours. Julia's pulse quickened as she realized the horrible truth. The mansion was not just a house, it was a living thing, a parasite that had fed on the souls of the Valverdes for generations. It had consumed them, body and soul, twisted them into its own image. The power they wielded, the invisibility, the control, the wealth, it was all the result of the dark pact they had made, a pact that Julia had unknowingly walked into. And the worst part? She had been chosen long before she even set foot in the mansion. Clara's eyes glinted with a mixture of sorrow and triumph. Your presence here was no accident, Detective. You were always meant to be part of this. You were chosen long before you arrived, drawn to the mansion by the force that seeks to consume you. Who is that? Carla's voice broke the silence, her words trembling with a mix of fear and disbelief. Adrian could hardly breathe. He took a slow step toward the figure, drawn in by an almost magnetic force. The air grew colder with every inch he moved, and the shadows in the room seemed to deepen, closing in tighter around them. "Stay back," he said, holding out a hand to stop the others. But the others too seemed drawn to the figure, each one stepping forward in a trance-like state, their eyes locked on to the apparition, as if they couldn't look away, even if they wanted to. The figure raised its hand slowly, its fingers twisted and gnarled, like something ancient and decayed. A low, guttural whisper echoed through the church, faint at first, but growing louder. It was a voice, but not one of flesh. It was something older, something that resonated with the deepest corners of the earth. Leave. Leave before it's too late. The voice was both inside their heads and in the air around them, impossible to ignore. It echoed and twisted, the words bleeding into one another. The figure's mouth moved, but the voice didn't seem to come from her. She was only a vessel, a puppet, her body not her own. The voice had a power, a force that threatened to overwhelm them, to drag them into the depths of the darkness. Suddenly, the figure vanished, flickering out of existence like a dying ember. The church was still, too still. The oppressive presence remained, but the figure was gone. The air felt heavier, colder, and something else, a horrible sensation that Adrian couldn't explain, began to seep into his chest. What the hell was that? Enrique demanded, his voice shaking as he backed away from the altar. I don't know, Adrian whispered, feeling the weight of the truth pressing down on him. But we need to find out what's happening. This place, it's not just haunted, it's alive. The room grew darker, if that was even possible, as if the light itself had been swallowed by the shadows. The oppressive energy thickened, and Adrian felt an icy grip around his heart. He tried to gather his thoughts, but his mind was a blur. That voice, the figure, the warning. It was all connected, he was sure of it. And then, just as suddenly as the vision had appeared, it was gone. The church was empty, silent, but Adrian knew that silence wasn't peace. It was the stillness before the storm. Chapter 4. The whispers of the altar. Adrian felt the weight of the oppressive silence pressing in around him as he searched the church for answers. The strange figure, the eerie whispers, and the unnatural darkness had left him shaken, but the pull of curiosity was stronger. I have to understand what's going on, he told himself. The more he learned, the more he could protect them, or at least know what they were facing. He moved away from the altar, his footsteps heavy against the cold stone floor. The others huddled near the entrance, too afraid to venture any further into the church. Adrian wasn't sure what scared him more, the church itself, or the unknown presence that seemed to lurk in every shadow. He had to find something, anything that could shed light on the curse that haunted this place. His eyes landed on a small wooden table in the corner of the room, nearly buried under dust and cobwebs. There, amidst the forgotten relics, were a series of old tattered scrolls, their edges frayed from years of neglect. A faint, acrid smell of mildew filled the air as he carefully picked them up, his hands trembling slightly as he unrolled the first scroll. The ink was faded, but still legible. It was a journal, written in an elegant but spidery hand. The language was archaic, but the meaning was clear. The words jumped out at Adrian with chilling precision, describing an ancient cult that had once inhabited the village centuries ago. They were devoted to an entity that demanded blood, a demon, one that had been summoned through the very altar he had just touched. The cross was part of the ritual, he realized, with growing horror. The journal described the cult's practices, detailing how they had used the cross to bind the demon to the church, creating a portal for it to cross into the living world. The cult believed that by feeding the demon with enough blood, they would be granted unimaginable power. But over time, the sacrifices had stopped. The cult members disappeared, and the village had begun to fall into ruin. The church had been abandoned, but the demon's influence had not died. It had simply slumbered, waiting for someone to awaken it. Adrian's fingers tightened around the scroll, his knuckles white. The journal's author, a man named Dario Gomez, had been one of the last to witness the cult's rituals. His words, written in desperation, described how the demon's hold on the village grew stronger after each sacrifice. And the cross, Dario wrote, was the key to keeping the demon tethered to this world. Without it, the seal would break, and the demon would be free once more. The air in the church grew colder as Adrian absorbed the words, and he could feel the shadows around him shift as if they were aware of his discovery. He quickly unrolled another scroll, his pulse quickening as he read more about the ritual that had sealed the demon in the first place. It was a brutal process, a blood sacrifice, an offering to the demon made by the hands of a chosen one, the wielder of the cross. The wielder, the text described, was bound to the altar, bound to the church. Their soul would be consumed by the demon, but the sacrifice would be enough to maintain the seal for another generation. Adrian's mind raced. The demon is still here. It wasn't just a myth or a story, this was real. The cross, the altar, the shadows that moved in the corners of their eyes, everything was part of the same dark web. The demon wasn't just a creature locked away in some forgotten corner of history. It was waiting. It was hungry. As he continued to read, a sudden chill ran down his spine. The last entry in the journal was written in jagged, frantic handwriting. It described how the last of the cult's members had sealed the demon with their own blood, but the ritual was incomplete. They had been interrupted, the altar desecrated, the demon left to stew in the shadows, and the cross, it seemed, was the key to completing the ritual. But it required a new wielder, a new soul to sacrifice. Adrian could feel a cold sweat break out on his skin as the words settled into his mind. He looked up at the cross again, his eyes scanning the intricate carvings, the ancient symbols that now seemed to pulse with life. The demon had been bound by blood, but now it was calling. And they were trapped in the very place that had bound it, trapped with the demon that had been waiting for centuries. He looked back at the group. They had gathered closer now, their faces pale, their eyes wide with fear. Carla was the first to speak, her voice barely more than a whisper. "What is it? What did you find?" Adrian's throat tightened as he fought to speak. His mind was reeling, but he knew one thing for certain now. "The cross," he said, his voice hollow. "It's not just a symbol of faith. It's a prison for something that shouldn't be here." Enrique stepped forward, his skepticism now replaced with fear. "A prison for what?" Adrian swallowed hard. "A demon." As he said the word, the air seemed to grow heavier. A low rumble vibrated through the stone walls, like a growl from the very bowels of the earth. The shadows in the church seemed to twist and writhe, as if the demon was waking, as if it was listening. And then the whispers began again, louder this time, more urgent, like 1,000 voices, calling them, urging them to come closer. The altar seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, the cross at its center glowing faintly in the dim light. Adrian felt a cold hand grip his heart as the whispers grew louder, as if the church itself was alive with the demon's hunger. They were no longer alone. Chapter 5. The first to fall, Adrian felt the weight of dread settle over the group like a thick fog, suffocating any hope of escape. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, as if the church itself was pressing in on them, pushing them toward an inevitable fate. He could feel his heartbeat in his ears, each pulse a reminder that time was running out. They had stumbled into something ancient, something evil, and now they were trapped within its grasp. Enrique was the first to react. "This is insane," he muttered, his voice strained with disbelief. "We need to get out of here. Now we're being played." He moved toward the door again, his hands shaking as he tried to turn the handle, but it remained locked. He rattled it harder, desperation in his voice. "It's no use," Adrian said, his own fear now mingled with frustration. "The door's sealed. There's no way out." "What do you mean, no way out?" Carla's voice cracked as she stepped closer, her eyes wide. "You're saying we're stuck here?" Adrian nodded grimly, his mind racing. The demon's presence was undeniable now. The air was thick with it, and every creak and groan of the church seemed to echo with its hungry power. Yes, we're trapped. And it's not just a ghost story or some legend. This thing is real. Carla stepped back, visibly shaken. But we didn't do anything. We didn't provoke it. It doesn't matter, Adrienne said. We're here now, and we have to figure out how to stop it before it consumes us all. Just as he spoke, a low, guttural growl rumbled from deep within the church, a sound that didn't belong to any living creature. It was a deep, inhuman noise, as though the very foundation of the church was groaning under the weight of some monstrous presence. The floor beneath them trembled, and the walls seemed to shift, as if something massive was awakening from its slumber. Suddenly, the temperature dropped. It felt as if the air had frozen solid, each breath coming out in a cloud of white mist. Carla let out a strangled gasp and pulled her coat tighter around her body. Her eyes flicked toward the altar, and in that moment, Adrienne saw it too. A figure pale, gaunt, and twisted appeared in the shadows by the altar. Its form was impossibly tall, its limbs too long, its face distorted beyond recognition. Its eyes glowed with a fiery, otherworldly red, and its mouth stretched into a grotesque smile, filled with jagged teeth. God, Carla whispered, her voice barely audible. What is that? It's the demon, Adrienne said, his voice hollow. The one that's been waiting. The one bound by the cross. The figure began to move, its skeletal form shuffling slowly toward them. It didn't walk, it glided, floating just above the ground as if it were weightless. The shadows seemed to follow it, crawling along the walls, stretching toward them like dark tendrils seeking to ensnare them. Before anyone could react, the figure vanished in an instant, leaving only the oppressive stillness behind. The growling had stopped, but the air was thick with the lingering sense of its presence. The whispers, however, had not ceased. They were all around them now, echoing in their minds like a chorus of disembodied voices, chanting in a language that they couldn't understand, but that felt like an ancient curse. What the hell was that? Enrique gasped, his voice shaking. Did anyone else see that? I saw it, Adrienne said grimly, his eyes scanning the shadows. And it's not over. It's just beginning. As the group tried to process what they had just witnessed, they heard a faint noise coming from the corner of the church, near the small, dilapidated confessional booth. It was a soft rustling sound like fabric scraping against stone, but in the silence that had settled over them, it was impossible to ignore. Enrique, unable to resist the urge to investigate, took a few hesitant steps toward the source of the noise. I'll check it out, he said, his voice shaky. Maybe it's just the wind. Or, before he could finish, a loud, violent crash shook the room. The confessional booth splintered open, and someone was thrown violently into the air, landing with a sickening thud on the cold stone floor. The figure that lay there unmoving was Enrique. His face was twisted in a grotesque expression of pain, his eyes wide open but unseeing. The rest of the group rushed forward, but as they approached him, they saw the truth. Enrique was no longer breathing. His body was cold, his skin ashen, and his eyes had been completely drained of color, leaving behind only the blank, vacant stare of someone who had been robbed of their soul. Carla let out a piercing scream, falling to her knees beside him. No, no, Enrique! Adrian's stomach turned, and his heart pounded in his chest. The realization hit him like a freight train. The demon had taken its first victim. It's not just a curse, it's feeding on us. We need to get out of here, Carla gasped, her voice thick with tears. We need to leave now. But Adrian shook his head, his voice cold. We can't. There's no way out. The whispers intensified, rising into a cacophony of voices that seemed to scream in agony. The church was alive with their cries, and the demon's presence was suffocating. The cross, now visible behind them, seemed to pulse with a dark energy. It was calling to them, feeding off their fear. And then, from the depths of the shadows, they heard it. The growl returned low and menacing, but this time, it wasn't just a sound. It was a promise. A promise that none of them were going to leave this place alive. The first to fall would not be the last. Chapter 6. The Terror of the Shadows. The moment Enrique's body went still, the atmosphere in the church thickened. The heavy silence that followed his death was suffocating, pressing down on the remaining tourists like an invisible weight. Adrienne could hear Carla's sobs, her voice breaking with each breath, but he couldn't bring himself to comfort her. His mind was elsewhere, focused on the growing terror that surrounded them. It wasn't just the demon anymore. The shadows themselves were coming alive, creeping across the stone floor, curling and writhing like sentient things. "We need to move. Now." Adrian's voice was rough, but there was an edge of authority to it. He couldn't afford to break down, not now. Not when they were so close to unraveling the truth. Carla looked up at him, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror. "Where do we go? We can't stay here. We can't stay in this place. It's cursed. It's killing us. We have to find the way to stop it. We can't run," Adrian said. "We have no choice." His eyes flicked toward the altar once more. The cross seemed to loom larger, darker. Its presence was suffocating, and yet, as he stared at it, he felt a pull, something that compelled him to understand it, to destroy it, to end this nightmare. But deep down he knew that breaking the curse wouldn't be as simple as just tearing the cross down. The demon wouldn't let them escape that easily. Carla, her face streaked with tears, stood up slowly. What happened to Enrique? What was that thing? Her voice trembled with the weight of disbelief, but it was tinged with something else, fear, perhaps a realization that they were facing something truly unimaginable. Before Adrienne could respond, a low whisper echoed through the church. It was distant at first, but the words soon became clear, so clear that it felt as if the voices were inside their heads. Come closer to the cross. You cannot escape. You will all be consumed." The voices were sickening, dripping with malice. Adrian's skin prickled with cold as the temperature in the room dropped sharply. The shadows at the edges of the room shifted, elongating, spreading like ink spilling across a page. He could feel them pressing in on him, creeping up the walls, around the altar, toward the group. Carla gasped, her hand clutching her chest. "It's here. It's watching us. It's right here." Adrian turned to her, his voice urgent. "We need to stay together. We need to move toward the back of the church, out of the line of sight of the altar. We'll find something, anything that can help us." But even as he spoke, he knew it was futile. The church was alive with dark intent. The walls, the floor, even the air itself seemed to be part of the demon's realm now. The shadows had found them, and they weren't going to let them leave. The group moved cautiously toward the rear of the church, every step feeling like an eternity. The whispering voices followed them, wrapping around their minds, filling their thoughts with dread and hopelessness. The moment they reached the far end of the church, the ground beneath them trembled again. It was a deep, guttural rumble that sent shivers through their spines. And then, just as they turned to look back toward the altar, they saw the shadows had begun to gather in the center of the room, swirling in a vortex of darkness. It was as though the very air itself had become thick with despair, a tangible force that sought to pull them in. One by one, the shadows began to form shapes horrible, misshapen figures that were both human and monstrous, their eyes glowing with a sickening red hue. They moved slowly at first, but then they began to rush forward, their forms blurring into streams of darkness, their limbs stretching and contorting in unnatural ways. Carla screamed, stepping back. "Oh my God, they're coming! They're coming for us!" Adrian's heart pounded in his chest, his pulse echoing in his ears. He knew they couldn't outrun the shadows. They were everywhere, inescapable. There was no place left to hide. What now? His mind screamed. But his instinct told him to run, to fight, to keep moving before the shadows could catch them. A sudden crash rang out from behind them. One of the figures, the largest, most grotesque of them all, lunged forward, its arms outstretched, its fingers like claws. Adrian didn't hesitate. He pushed Carla forward, his hands shoving her toward a narrow hallway at the rear of the church, the only possible escape route. "Go! Run!" he shouted. Carla didn't hesitate either. She ran, stumbling toward the hallway, as the first of the shadow figures reached out for her. Adrian's heart lurched. He didn't know if she would make it, but he couldn't waste another second. He turned to face the oncoming horde of figures, his thoughts racing. I have to protect her. I have to protect them all. But before he could act, another shadow figure lunged at him, its claws sinking into his arm. Pain exploded through him as the creature dragged him toward the ground, its jagged teeth sinking into his flesh. The darkness pressed in all around him, and those voices grew louder, more urgent. "Adrian!" Carla screamed from the hallway. She had made it inside, but her voice was trembling with panic. "Get in here, hurry!" Adrian fought against the pull of the shadow, his muscles straining as he tried to break free. But the grip of the dark entity was too strong, its claws digging deeper into his skin. For a moment, it felt as if the shadow was going to tear him apart, its teeth sinking deeper. But just as quickly as it had attacked, the figure released him. He fell to the ground, gasping for air, his vision blurred with pain. The shadow recoiled, retreating into the darkness, leaving Adrian lying in the cold, damp church. He could hear Carla's frantic voice calling his name, but his limbs were too heavy, his body too numb to move. "I'm sorry," he whispered to himself, as the world around him began to fade. "We're not getting out of here." The terror of the shadows had come for them. Chapter 7. The ancient Pactadrion's head throbbed with pain as he slowly regained consciousness. The shadows that had once been a physical presence around him had receded for the moment, but their chill remained, clinging to his skin like a second layer of frost. His body ached, his limbs stiff from the demon's unholy grasp. He forced himself to sit up, wincing as the world around him spun. The only thing that seemed to clear his mind was the one thought that had been growing in his head for hours. They had made a pact. The hallway where Carla had taken refuge was quiet, too quiet. Adrian stood shakily, the oppressive weight of the church still heavy in the air. His legs felt like lead as he moved forward, the realization hitting him harder with each step. The demon wasn't just a mindless evil. It was bound here, in this church, by something far darker than a simple curse. The villagers had made a pact. They had traded their souls to imprison the demon, to prevent it from entering the world. The cross, the altar, the blood, they were all part of this twisted bargain. Carla was at the far end of the narrow hallway, sitting against the stone wall, her face pale and tear-streaked. She looked up when she saw him move, her expression a mixture of relief and fear. "Adrian," she whispered, I thought, we lost you." He nodded, his voice strained as he sat beside her. "I almost didn't make it, but we need to keep going. We're not safe yet." Carla's eyes filled with fear, her hands trembling as she reached out to him. "We're never going to be safe. That thing is coming for us. It's alive, it's hunting us. Enrique's dead and we're next." Adrian's mind raced as he tried to focus. The words from the journal kept echoing in his mind. "The seal is broken." The demon had not only been awakened, but was being fed by their fear. The more they resisted, the stronger it became. But he wasn't ready to give in. Not when he was so close to understanding the true nature of the demon's imprisonment. "We have to go back to the altar," Adrian said, his voice low but determined. "There's something there. Something I missed before." Carla recoiled slightly, shaking her head. I can't go back there. I can't." Adrian took her hand, his grip firm but gentle. "I know, but if we don't, we won't get out of here alive. There's a way to break the curse, but it's not going to be easy." They stood together, moving cautiously back toward the main hall. The shadows still lingered at the edges of their vision, flickering like dark flames. The whispers hadn't stopped either. They were always there, tugging at the edges of their minds, filling them with doubt and fear. But Adrian's resolve was stronger now. He had to find the truth before it consumed them all. When they reached the altar, the cross seemed even more foreboding. It pulsed with a strange energy, the wood blackened with the same unnatural shadows that clung to the walls. Adrian stood before it, staring up at the intricately carved symbols. His eyes traced the ancient marks, his heart racing as the meaning of the symbols began to come into focus. The writings weren't just there for decoration, they were a key. The cross itself was more than just a vessel for the demon's prison. It was the anchor, the heart of the ancient pact. Carla stepped back, her breath shallow as she watched him. "What is it? What are you seeing?" Adrian reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold wood of the cross. As soon as he touched it, a jolt of energy shot through him, and his vision blurred. In the depths of his mind, he saw flashes scenes from long ago, from the time when the church had first been built. He saw the villagers, their faces twisted with desperation, as they offered their blood to the demon in exchange for its power. He saw the ritual, the blood spilling onto the altar, the incantations that had bound the demon to the cross. He felt the weight of the pact they had made, the promise they had given, their souls, their lives, in exchange for a sealed prison. The words of Dario Gomez, the journal's author, echoed in his mind. The pact must be renewed. The wielder must return to feed the demon, or it will escape. Adrian staggered back, his breath catching in his throat. He understood now. The demon wasn't merely imprisoned. It was tied to the souls of the villagers who had bound it. And to keep it locked away, the pact had to be renewed every generation. A soul had to be offered, a new wielder had to step forward, and their blood had to be spilled on the cross. The wielder, Adrian muttered, his voice hoarse. He turned to Carla, his expression grim. The only way to stop it is for someone to take the place of the original wielder. Someone has to offer their blood to complete the ritual. Carla looked at him, her eyes wide with horror. No, Adrian, you don't mean. Adrian closed his eyes for a moment, the weight of the truth pressing down on him. It has to be me. It's the only way. The demon was feeding off their fear, using their desperation against them. And unless the cycle was completed, unless the seal was restored, the darkness would consume them all. There's no other way, Carla, Adrian said softly, his voice breaking. I have to make the sacrifice. I have to become the wielder. Tears welled in Carla's eyes as she reached out to him. Please, Adrian, there has to be another way. We can't let it end like this. But Adrian knew it had already ended. They were already part of the demon's story. A soul for a soul. And as much as it tore him apart, as much as he wished for another chance, he knew that this was the only path forward. The village had made its choice centuries ago. Now, it was his turn to fulfill that pact. The ground beneath them trembled again, the sound of the demon stirring growing louder. The church was alive with its hunger. Carla took a step back, her face pale. What if it doesn't work? What if it just kills us all? Adrian looked back at her one last time. It's our only chance. But I need you to leave. I need you to survive. The shadow of the demon loomed closer, its growls reverberating through the church. Time was running out. Chapter 8. The Battle in the Church. The air in the church grew heavier by the second. The demon's presence was unmistakable, now unavoidable. Adrian could feel its oppressive weight pressing down on him as he stood in front of the altar, his hand still resting on the cursed cross. His breath came in short, shallow bursts as he tried to steady himself. Every fiber of his being screamed to run, to escape, but he knew deep down there was no running from this. Not anymore. Carla stood several feet behind him, her face pale, her body trembling. The walls of the church seemed to close in around them, the shadows stretching longer with each passing moment. She reached out a hand, her voice barely a whisper. Adrian, please, you don't have to do this. We can find another way. But Adrian cut her off, his eyes locked on the altar, his face set in grim determination. There is no other way, Carla. The demon will break free, and more will die. This is the only chance to stop it. She wanted to argue, to scream, but the look in his eyes silenced her. She knew he was right, though the thought of losing him to this ancient evil tore her heart in two. Her eyes filled with tears, but she turned away, unable to watch him sacrifice himself. As Adrian approached the altar, the ground beneath them trembled once more. A guttural, inhuman growl reverberated through the walls, shaking the very stones of the church. The demon's power was nearing its peak, and it could sense the moment of the ritual was close. Adrian felt the pull in the pit of his stomach, the primal call of the demon urging him forward, urging him to fulfill his part of the bargain. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw movement shadows creeping across the floor, slithering toward them. The demon's minions were taking shape again, their forms twisted and grotesque, moving with unnatural speed and hunger. Adrian clenched his fists. The time had come. He had to end this one way or another. A loud crash echoed through the church, followed by the shriek of something or someone being dragged across the stone floor. Adrian whipped around, his eyes searching the room. The shadows had sprung to life. Figures twisted, horrific versions of the villagers from centuries past began to materialize, their forms blurring as they moved like smoke. Their eyes were glowing red, filled with a hunger that chilled Adrian to his core. "Carla!" Adrian shouted. "Get out of here, now!" But Carla didn't run. She stood frozen in place, her eyes wide in terror, as one of the shadowy figures reached toward her. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The figure's face was a nightmarish reflection of something human, its eyes sunken, its skin a pale, stretched horror. It lunged at her with claws like knives. Adrian reacted without thinking. He grabbed a rusted iron candlestick from a nearby stand and swung it at the shadowy creature, striking it with all his strength. The creature let out a horrid screech and recoiled, but it wasn't gone. It only turned, now focused on him. "Adrian!" Carla cried. "You can't fight them. They're not real." "They're real enough," he growled through gritted teeth. "And I'm not letting you die here." Another figure appeared beside him, its limbs stretching impossibly long, its head tilting at a grotesque angle as it approached with deadly intent. Adrian swung the candlestick again, but this time, the shadow dodged his blow with a speed that defied logic. It clawed at his arm, and Adrian cried out in pain as the sharp claws raked across his skin. Blood dripped down his arm, pooling on the cold stone floor. The pain was nothing compared to the terror that flooded his veins. The demon's influence was seeping into the very fabric of the church. The shadows weren't just figments of fear, they were part of the demon's essence, manifestations of its hunger, its power. They were alive, and they were getting stronger. Carla, in a moment of clarity, rushed forward, grabbing Adrienne by the shoulders. "We need to finish this," she said, her voice firm despite her fear. "We can't keep fighting them like this. The longer we wait, the worse it gets." Adrian nodded, knowing she was right. His eyes locked on the altar, the cross, his only hope. If he could complete the ritual, if he could offer the blood required to seal the pact, maybe, just maybe, they could stop this nightmare. But as he turned to move toward it, the shadows closed in, their twisted faces leering at him, their limbs reaching out. Carla swung a heavy iron torch at one of the approaching figures, catching it squarely in the chest. The shadow dissipated with a shriek, but more continued to pour into the room. They were everywhere now, pressing in from all sides. Adrian could feel their cold breath on his skin, their presence suffocating him. He had to finish this. With renewed determination, Adrian approached the cross, ignoring the pain from his wound. He placed his hand on the wood once more, feeling the pulse of dark energy beneath it. The whispering voices in his mind grew louder, urging him to make the final move. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small ancient knife he had found earlier, the one used in the original ritual. His heart pounded in his chest as he looked at it. The blood it demanded would seal the demon's fate. Carla tried to reach for him, but before she could, one of the shadowy figures grabbed her by the wrist, pulling her toward it with a strength that seemed inhuman. She screamed, struggling against its grip, but it was no use. Adrian's heart clenched in panic. He had to act now. He took the knife in hand, his own blood dripping onto the altar. He felt the dark power of the demon intensify, a fierce burning in his chest as the entity responded to the blood offering. The church seemed to tremble beneath him. The shadows shrieked in agony, as if they were being torn apart by the force of his sacrifice. "Adrian, no!" Carla's voice cracked as she struggled free from the shadow's grasp, but it was too late. The blood on the altar began to glow, its light flashing in time with Adrian's heartbeat. The demon screamed, its voice like 1,000 tortured souls crying out in agony. The shadows writhed violently, their forms beginning to dissolve into smoke as the seal started to close. Adrian gasped, his vision blurring. He could feel the demon's power weakening, but the price was steep. His body was growing cold, his limbs growing heavy. He could hear Carla's cries growing fainter, his vision fading as he focused everything on the ritual. His blood had sealed the pact. The shadows began to shrink, their terrifying forms disappearing entirely. The walls of the church shook one final time and then silence. The demon was gone. Chapter 9. The Final Sacrifice. The silence in the church was deafening. The weight of the air had lifted, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the oppressive darkness that had plagued them was gone. Adrian stood in front of the altar, his body trembling from the strain of the ritual. His chest ached, and his vision swam in and out of focus. He felt an overwhelming fatigue creeping into his bones, the result of the sacrifice he had made. His blood, the blood of a willing soul, had sealed the demon's prison once more, but at a terrible cost. Carla was the first to move. She stepped forward, her body still shaking, her face streaked with tears. She reached out toward him, her eyes wide with panic. "Adrian, you did it. You..." But before she could finish, Adrian's legs buckled beneath him. His body collapsed to the cold stone floor with a thud. The world around him spun, and the light from the altar flickered. His heart raced, every breath feeling like it would be his last. Carla rushed to his side, her hands trembling as she tried to lift him. "No, no, no," she cried, her voice breaking. This can't be happening. You saved us, Adrian. You have to..." But he could barely hear her. His mind was slipping away, his strength drained from the ritual. The price of his blood had sealed the pact, but it had also sealed his fate. He could feel the life draining from him, a coldness spreading through his limbs. The church, though no longer filled with shadows, seemed to be decaying in real time. The walls groaned under the strain, the once sacred space crumbling under the weight of centuries-old evil. Carla gripped his hand, tears falling freely down her face. "Please," she whispered, her voice desperate. "Please don't leave me, don't leave us." Adrian's eyelids fluttered, and for a moment, the room seemed a blur. He could see her face, her pleading eyes, and then, in the darkness of his fading vision, he saw something else. The church around him was shifting. The altar was cracking, the stone walls crumbling. The ground beneath them began to shake once more, this time not with the power of the demon, but with the ancient foundations of the church itself. The demon was gone, but the building, its soul now intertwined with that of the cursed cross, could not survive. "This place," Adrian managed to whisper, his voice weak. "It's falling apart." Carla shook her head, trying to pull him up. "We need to go. We need to get out of here now." But even as she spoke, the church began to collapse in on itself. The stained glass windows shattered with a violent crash, sending shards of glass scattering across the floor. The altar cracked in half, sending a spray of dust into the air. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, as though the very earth was rejecting the church, the curse, the evil that had long been bound within its walls. Adrian's breath was shallow now, each inhalation a struggle. The shadows were gone, but the church was still a tomb. He could feel the walls pressing in around him. He could hear the distant sound of voices, whispers too faint to make out, as though the souls of the lost villagers were still trapped within these walls, bound by the same curse that had brought him here. "Carla," he whispered again, his voice barely audible. "I'm sorry." Her eyes widened with understanding, her grip tightening on his hand. "Number, don't say that. You saved us. You saved everyone." He gave a faint, weary smile. "No, I couldn't, not without." His words trailed off into a cough, his strength finally fading. The walls around them groaned louder now, the ceiling beginning to cave in, as the foundation of the church began to crumble. With one last desperate surge, Carla tried to pull him toward the door, but the space between them and freedom was closing fast. Rocks and debris fell from above, blocking their path, forcing them into a corner of the church where the only exit was now sealed off. Carla's face twisted in terror as the floor beneath them cracked open. Adrian, with one final, almost imperceptible motion, placed his hand on the cross one last time. A pulse of light flared from the wood, but it was weak, fading quickly. He had done what was needed. The curse was lifted, but at the cost of everything. His body was cold now, his chest still, the life drained from him in exchange for the salvation of the living. Carla pressed her forehead against his, sobbing uncontrollably as the final pieces of the church's structure began to collapse in on itself. The last thing Adrian heard was her crying voice, the sound of her grief filling the space where the demon's whispers had once been. And then, just as the walls closed in, everything went black. Chapter 10. The Return of Evil. When the storm had passed, and the remnants of the cursed church lay in ruins, the morning light filtered through the trees of the forgotten village. Carla had survived barely. She had been found hours later, her clothes torn, her face marked by dust and tears, lying at the edge of the collapsed church. She was the only one left. She had told no one of the darkness that had consumed them, nor of Adrian's sacrifice. She couldn't. How could she? The demon had been sealed away, but the evil had never truly disappeared. It was only waiting for the right moment to return. And as she walked away from the ruins of the church, The echoes of the whispers that once filled the air seemed to follow her, faint but ever present. The curse was broken, but there was always another to take its place. In the distance, a new storm gathered on the horizon. The Devil's Game, Chapter 1. The fatal invitation. It was a cold evening in late autumn when they all received the letter. Each one, from different corners of the city, had been going about their lives as usual: work, university, late-night hangouts. But that night something strange would interrupt their mundane routines. It started when the first envelope appeared on their doorstep, each bearing no return address, no name, only a thick black wax seal, an intricate design resembling an eye with an unsettling gaze. Inside, the paper was thick and aged, the kind you might find in an old, forgotten library. The writing was done by hand, the strokes dark and deliberate, as if each word had been carefully chosen for its weight. It read, "You are invited to an exclusive gathering, a night of excitement beyond your wildest dreams. The location, the Mansion of Shadows, Calle del Olvido, number 324. Arrive at 10 p.m. sharp. Failure to attend will come at a price." None of them knew who had sent the invitations, and yet all of them felt a peculiar pull to go. At first, it seemed like some kind of prank, or maybe a themed event that had been poorly advertised, but something about the letter lingered in their minds. The chilling words felt oddly final, almost like a command. Diana, the most cautious of the group, was the first to suggest they shouldn't go. "We don't even know who this is from," she said, staring at the envelope with a frown. It could be dangerous, but the others were already intrigued. They had grown bored of their normal lives, tired of the same old parties and the dull rhythm of their everyday existences. "Think about it," Alex chimed in, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "A private event, a mansion. It could be something extraordinary. No one gets invited to places like that, not by accident." They all exchanged glances, each of them trying to ignore the rising tension in the pit of their stomachs. Despite their hesitations, their curiosity won out. The promise of something different, something exciting, was too strong to resist. And so, at 10 p.m. sharp, they found themselves standing before the Mansion of Shadows. The building was enormous, towering above them with its Gothic spires and dark windows that seemed to swallow the moonlight. The air around it felt unnaturally cold, and the distant sound of wind howling through the trees gave the impression that this place had been abandoned for decades, if not longer. "Are we sure this is the right place?" Diana whispered, her voice trembling slightly. There was something about the house that made her feel small, insignificant, like they were intruding on something ancient and sinister. Before anyone could respond, the heavy wooden doors creaked open on their own. The hairs on the back of their necks stood up. The silence outside was thick, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The foyer inside was just as unsettling as the exterior, dark, dusty, and filled with strange paintings that seemed to watch them as they moved. At the far end of the room, a shadowed figure stood waiting, barely visible in the dim light. He didn't speak. He simply gestured for them to come in, and the door slammed shut behind them with an almost deafening thud. The group hesitated at the threshold, all sensing that something was terribly off. But before they could voice their doubts, a low voice echoed from somewhere deep within the house. "Welcome. You have arrived just in time." It wasn't just a voice, it was a presence, something dark and overpowering, as though the walls themselves were alive. The atmosphere had shifted, and now they could feel it. The game was about to begin. Chapter 2. The First Trial. The mansion seemed to close in around them as they stepped further inside. The doors slammed shut behind them, and for a brief moment it felt like they were trapped in a different world. The dark walls, the flickering candlelight casting strange shadows, and the heavy, oppressive silence made it feel as though the air itself was thick with secrets. The man who greeted them earlier had vanished into the darkness, and they were left alone in the hall, unsure of what to do next. A sudden burst of laughter rang out from the far end of the hallway, cold and high-pitched, like the sound of someone who had just discovered a great joke. It sent chills down their spines, and they turned instinctively, looking for the source. But the hall was empty. Only the sound of their own breathing filled the silence. Then, without warning, The floor beneath their feet shifted. A loud grinding noise echoed through the mansion as a hidden door slid open, revealing a small, dimly lit room. The air was thick with a strange scent, something metallic, almost like blood. The group hesitated, but the flickering of a candle inside the room seemed to beckon them forward. There was no turning back now. They stepped inside, unsure of what to expect, but each of them feeling an undeniable pull toward the unknown. The door behind them slammed shut once again, and the room suddenly felt suffocating. At the center of the space, a large ornate table stood, covered with a thick velvet cloth. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows across its surface, and as they approached, they saw that it was covered in objects, strange, unsettling items that made their stomachs churn. There were old, yellowed books, small, sharp knives, and what appeared to be a set of delicate scales, each one meticulously balanced. "Welcome to your first trial," a voice announced from above. The tone was deep and resonant, like a distant drumbeat, but it seemed to come from nowhere at all. "You have a choice to make. It is not a simple one. It will test your morality, your trust in each other, and ultimately, your very souls." The group looked at each other, their faces pale with fear. A thick silence hung in the air as they waited for the next step. It was then that the voice spoke again, more insistent this time. "One of you must die tonight. There are 2 ways to resolve this trial. The first, choose to sacrifice one of your own to save the others. The second, attempt to escape, but in doing so, doom all of you to an eternity of suffering. You must decide quickly, for the clock is ticking." Panic spread through them like wildfire. "What?" Alex gasped, stepping back. "This can't be real. This is some kind of sick joke, right?" But the voice only laughed, a long, echoing sound that seemed to grow louder, reverberating in their skulls. "No joke, my dear. This is the price of curiosity. Choose wisely or perish together." Diana's face had gone ashen, her hands trembling at her sides. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. The reality of the situation was sinking in. This was no ordinary party. This was no simple invitation. The choices they were being asked to make were far from ordinary, and there was no way out, at least. None they could see. Tension crackled in the air as they stared at each other. The group's bond, once built on years of friendship and shared experiences, began to fray. Fear and doubt clouded their minds, turning them against one another. Who could they trust? Who would be willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to save the others? A soft click sounded from the table, and they turned in unison to see the scales moving, as if waiting to be tipped. But the decision was not as simple as weighing lives. It was about the value of those lives. Each decision would have consequences. They realized too late. The mansion was no ordinary building, and they were no ordinary guests. They were pawns in a game they didn't understand yet. The clock on the wall began to tick louder, its sound filling the room, echoing in their ears. The seconds slipped by, slow and agonizing, as they stood frozen in place. The trial had begun, and no matter what they chose, they were all already part of something much darker than they had ever imagined. Chapter 3. The Truth Behind the Game. The silence in the room felt suffocating, heavy with the weight of their decision. The seconds on the clock ticked down, each passing moment a reminder of how precariously they teetered on the edge of something unimaginable. Fear spread through the group like wildfire, and the burden of choice pressed down on them, suffocating their ability to think clearly. They had no idea who was behind this, or why they had been chosen for such a twisted game. One by one, they turned their gazes to the table. The items there, the knives, the scales, the old books seemed to pulse with a sinister energy. It was as if they were alive, waiting for the group to make the next move. The question hung in the air. Who would die to save the rest? And more horrifying still, could they even trust each other to make the right choice? Diana, still trembling, felt the cold weight of the situation settle in her chest. She wanted to scream, to lash out at the unseen entity manipulating them, but no words came. She glanced at her friends, their faces pale with the same horror that filled her own heart. None of them had expected this. None of them had ever imagined being part of something this vile. Suddenly the voice spoke again, deep and mocking, reverberating through the room as though it were coming from the very walls themselves. You think you have a choice, don't you? You think you can defy me, escape my reach, but you are already mine. All of you are. The group flinched as the voice seemed to burrow into their minds, its words echoing in their skulls. It wasn't just a voice, it was a presence, one that wrapped around their thoughts and twisted them into knots. No one spoke for several moments. How could they? The sense of helplessness was overwhelming. They were in the grip of something far beyond their comprehension. The mansion was never meant to be a home, the voice continued, its tone dripping with disdain. It is a vessel, a prison for those who think they can outwit the darkness. Those who dare to step inside are already part of the game. You are not guests, you are pawns. A chill ran down Diana's spine as the truth began to settle in. They had been lured here for a reason, not because they were special or chosen, but because they were simply unlucky enough to have received the invitation. And now they were trapped in a twisted game, designed by forces that cared nothing for their lives. The candles on the table flickered, casting long shadows across the walls. The books on the table shifted slightly, as though reacting to the conversation. One of them, an ancient-looking tome bound in cracked leather, slid to the edge of the table, as if beckoning them to open it. Alex, unable to resist, reached for the book. As his fingers brushed against the cover, the temperature in the room plummeted, and a voice hissed from the pages. Do you want to know the rules of the game? Do you want to understand the true nature of your predicament? The words seemed to come from everywhere, the voice weaving through their minds and surrounding them with a suffocating sense of dread. Alex froze, his hand still hovering over the book. Yes, he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. Tell us everything. The room seemed to react to his words. The shadows grew darker, the candlelight flickering erratically. The voice continued, but this time it was clearer, more direct, as though the entity itself was reveling in their fear. Very well. The rules are simple, though the consequences are not. You have been selected to play the game of the devil. You will face a series of trials, each more difficult than the last. Some of you will die, others will betray their own. But in the end, only one can survive. The others will remain here forever. A deep, guttural laugh echoed through the room, making their skin crawl. The air felt thick, almost as if it were alive, pressing in on them from every direction. You think you can escape? The voice mocked. You can try. But know this, the mansion will never let you go. It feeds on your fear, your choices. The more you struggle, the stronger it becomes. The longer you stay, the more it will control you. Diana's heart pounded in her chest. It was as if the walls were closing in, the air too thick to breathe. She felt the presence of something ancient and malevolent watching them, waiting for them to crack. There was no way out, no escape. They were here to play, and there would be no mercy. The voice fell silent, leaving them with a sense of cold finality. The game had begun, and there was no turning back. They had no idea what the next trial would be, but they knew it would push them further into madness. They were being toyed with by something far beyond their understanding, something that took pleasure in their suffering. And as the clock ticked once more, marking the passage of time in this endless nightmare, they realized the most terrifying truth of all. They weren't just trapped in the mansion, they were trapped in the mind of the devil itself. Chapter 4. The Manipulation of Fear. The oppressive silence that followed the voice's revelation seemed to stretch on for an eternity. The air was thick, as though the very atmosphere in the room had become charged with an unnatural tension. The group stood frozen, each of them processing the horrifying truth in their own way. Diana's heart hammered in her chest, her mind racing, trying to find any shred of logic in the madness that surrounded them. But there was none. There was only the cold certainty of the game's reality. The shadows around them seemed to shift and twist, almost as if they were alive, creeping closer with every breath. The house had taken on a life of its own, its walls pressing in, its floorboards creaking under unseen footsteps. The candles flickered, casting eerie, dancing shapes across the walls, shapes that didn't seem to match the movements of the flames. Diana glanced around, certain that someone or something was watching them from the darkness. The sensation of eyes on her was overwhelming. Alex was the first to break the silence. He stepped back from the table, his hands shaking. This can't be real. he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. There has to be another way. We're not really trapped here, are we? But before anyone could answer, the voice returned, cold and insidious, dripping with malicious pleasure. Oh, but you are. You've already made your choice. Now you will face the consequences. But don't worry, there's no need to worry about death just yet. I prefer to play with you a little longer. The group flinched, as though struck by an invisible force. The voice had a way of slithering into their minds, distorting their thoughts, clouding their judgment. Diana could feel her grip on reality slipping, as though the world around her was starting to unravel. She had to stay focused, had to find a way out. But with every passing second, the mansion seemed to warp further, becoming more of a nightmare and less of a place. Tell me, Diana, the voice continued, singling her out with a sudden intimacy that made her blood run cold. What do you fear most? I've seen your past. I know what haunts you. She froze, her body tensing at the mention of her name. No one else had spoken yet. No one had mentioned her deepest fears, her regrets. How could the voice know these things? Was it reading her mind? Was it something else? The shadows in the room seemed to move in response, growing darker, more defined. Then, from the corner of her eye, Diana saw it. A figure, her mother, but not the woman she remembered. This figure was twisted, gaunt, her eyes hollow and empty, a grotesque mockery of the loving woman Diana had once known. The image flickered like a broken film, distorting, but the pain was real. It was her mother's face, only it wasn't her. No, Diana gasped, backing away. This isn't real. Oh, but it is, the voice whispered, its tone almost tender, as though it were soothing a frightened child. You see, Diana, you cannot escape your past. Your regrets, your guilt, they are always with you. You've spent years pretending, burying the truth. But here, in this place, it will all come to the surface. The others, still processing the magnitude of the situation, turned to see what Diana was staring at. But when they looked, the figure was gone. The room was still, silent, just as it had been moments ago. They exchanged confused glances, unsure of what they had just witnessed. Was it a hallucination? A trick of the mind? But as soon as the question lingered, the voice spoke again, this time addressing them all. Each of you will face your worst fear. It's not just about survival. It's about breaking you down, pushing you to the edge, until you beg for release. And then, only then, will you understand the true nature of this game. The group recoiled, each of them feeling the weight of the entity's words. The air in the room grew colder, and the walls seemed to pulse, as if the house itself were alive, feeding off their fear. Their hearts raced, their minds spiraled with images of their own personal nightmares. Diana's vision blurred, and she could feel the weight of her mother's disappointment pressing down on her. Alex's eyes darted nervously as dark figures began to emerge from the shadows, moving just out of reach, never fully seen but always present. Then, without warning, the house seemed to change. The walls twisted, the floors buckled, and the very foundation of the mansion groaned, as though it were being torn apart. A distant, low growl reverberated through the space. Something was coming. Look, Alex shouted, pointing toward the far corner of the room. There, in the darkness, figures began to emerge, distorted, writhing forms that barely resembled human shapes. They were shadows, extensions of something far more sinister, like reflections of their worst nightmares. Diana's knees buckled, and she stumbled backward, her eyes wide with terror as the images of her past closed in around her. This is just the beginning, the voice whispered. Each fear you face will be more real than the last. But it's not just the fear that will break you. It's your inability to confront it. You cannot outrun your past. You cannot escape what you are. Diana tried to call out, to ask for help, but the words caught in her throat. The room was closing in, the shadows growing thicker, and the sound of her mother's voice echoed in her mind, calling her a failure, a disappointment. The figures around her were closing in too, their faces warped with grotesque grins. She was drowning in it, suffocating in her own fear. And just when she thought she couldn't bear it any longer, the voice returned, cold and final. Now the game truly begins. You will all face the consequences of your choices. the ones you've made, and the ones you will soon make. Chapter 5. The Growing Distrust. The mansion had become an inescapable labyrinth, its walls seemingly shifting with every step they took. The shadows stretched longer, and the air felt thick, stifling their breath with every inhale. They were no longer just fighting to survive the trials, they were battling each other. The game had planted its seeds of doubt, and now, fear was twisting into something far more dangerous: suspicion. After Diana's encounter with her mother's twisted apparition, the group's fragile bond began to crack. They had come here as friends, trusting one another, but now their eyes darted around nervously. Each time someone spoke, they seemed to measure the words, weighing them against the growing paranoia in their minds. The mansion had become a pressure cooker, and the heat of distrust was rising quickly. "I don't know how much more of this I can take," Alex said, his voice strained. He hadn't looked anyone in the eye for the last few minutes, his hands trembling as he clenched them into fists. "That thing, it knew everything. It knows everything about us. We all know that now," said Maria, her voice low, as if afraid of being overheard by something lurking in the shadows. Her eyes flitted around nervously, constantly scanning the corners of the room. "But maybe it's not just the house. Maybe one of us is doing this to us." "Don't be ridiculous," Julian shot back, his voice sharp. "This isn't some kind of prank. This is real. You saw what happened to Diana. That wasn't some trick." But even as he said the words, there was a hesitation in his voice, a crack in his certainty. The doubts had already taken root in their minds, and now, no one seemed entirely sure of anything. Was the entity controlling them, or was one of them responsible for the horrors they were experiencing? Diana, still shaken from her encounter with the apparition, felt the tension in the air like a physical weight. She could see the shift in their behavior, the way they now seemed to look at each other, as if each person was a potential threat. The lines between reality and delusion were blurring. The walls, the shadows, the voices, they were all working together to break them down, to make them question everything. "We're not the only ones here," Maria whispered, her voice trembling. "There are other people in this house. I swear to God, I saw someone watching us earlier, someone who doesn't want us to leave." Alex scoffed, but there was a nervous edge to his voice. "You're seeing things, Maria. We're all seeing things. It's the game, messing with our heads." "I'm not crazy, Alex," she snapped, her eyes wide with fear. "I know what I saw. It was a figure, standing behind one of those doorways. It just watched us. We need to stick together, or we're all going to end up dead." The group fell into a tense silence, each person caught between the overwhelming desire to believe Maria and the growing suspicion that she might be hiding something. It was becoming impossible to tell what was real and what was a product of the game's manipulation. Every word they spoke, every movement they made, seemed to be monitored, analyzed, twisted. Julian's eyes narrowed. "You're right about one thing. We do need to stick together. But if you saw something, Maria, why didn't you say something sooner?" The question hung in the air like a loaded gun, and suddenly, the group found themselves locked in a silent battle of trust. Was Maria hiding something? Was she leading them into danger? Or was she, too, just a victim of the same twisted game? Diana felt the weight of the accusations settle on her, too. Was it possible that someone in the group was behind these horrors? That one of them might be secretly in league with the entity? The thought seemed absurd, yet the fear gnawing at her insides made it feel all too real. Could someone in their group have been orchestrating this nightmare? The shadows in the room seemed to move in response to their growing distrust, creeping closer, filling every corner of the room. It was as though the house itself was feeding on their paranoia. Diana shuddered. The walls were closing in again. "You don't get it," Alex said, his voice low but intense. "None of us can be trusted anymore. Not with the way things are going. We're all playing by the rules of a game that's rigged from the start. We're being manipulated, every single one of us." There was no denying it. The words hung in the air like an accusation. The game wasn't just about surviving the trials. It was about breaking them down mentally, tearing apart the fragile trust they'd once had. And it was working. "We need to figure out who's really behind this," Julian said, his eyes hard and determined. "And if any of you think I'm going to let someone in this room put us all in danger, you're wrong." The accusation lingered, unspoken but understood. They were all in danger now, not just from the game, but from each other. Chapter 6. The eyes of the devil, the mansion, had become a maze of twisted corridors and rooms that seemed to shift and change with every passing hour. Every hallway they turned down led them in circles. Every door they opened led to another dead end. The once grand, Victorian architecture now felt like a living organism alive with malice, pressing in on them from all sides. The oppressive darkness felt heavier each time they ventured deeper into its heart, and no one dared to speak too loudly, as though raising their voice might provoke something lurking in the shadows. Diana could feel it, to the sensation of being watched. It wasn't just the feeling you get when you're paranoid or being followed. This was something deeper, more insidious. Every time she turned around, she thought she saw a figure standing just out of her line of sight, only to find nothing there. At first, she had brushed it off as the game messing with her mind, but it was more than that. It was like someone or something was always a step behind them, observing their every move with a chilling patience. "It's always watching," Maria murmured, echoing Diana's thoughts. She was the first to voice it, and when she did, a cold shiver swept through the group. Her voice trembled with the fear she couldn't hide. "I don't know what it is, but I swear to God it's watching us." The others looked around nervously, their eyes darting to the corners of the room. They had all felt it, the unnerving weight of invisible eyes on them, but hearing it spoken aloud made it undeniable. The air in the hallway grew colder, the shadows stretching longer, almost as if the darkness itself was thickening, suffocating them. Alex ran a hand through his hair, looking agitated. "We're just paranoid. This place is messing with our heads, Maria. We're all seeing things. But I know one thing. We have to stay together. We can't let it get to us." "That's just it," Julian said, his voice low and hesitant. "It's already getting to us. It's been playing us from the start. It knows our fears. It knows our doubts. And now it's twisting them. It's making us turn on each other." His eyes narrowed, looking directly at the others. "How do we know we're not being played? How do we know one of us isn't—" "Stop," Diana interjected, her voice sharp, though she could feel the words heavy on her tongue. The trust between them had already begun to crack, but they were still in this together, weren't they? Or were they? The shadows seemed to pulse with an unnatural life, and Diana's heart skipped a beat as something moved in the corner of her eye. It wasn't just the dark corners of the room that shifted now. It was the very air itself, as if reality were beginning to fold in on itself. The room seemed to expand and contract, and her breath caught in her throat as she looked around, feeling the walls closing in. "I saw it again," Maria whispered, backing away from the corner where the shadows seemed to grow thicker. "There's someone standing over there, watching us." Diana turned to where Maria pointed, but there was nothing there, nothing but the flickering of candlelight and the oppressive darkness. But in her gut, she knew Maria wasn't lying. The feeling of being watched had become impossible to ignore, and it wasn't just one set of eyes. It was like there were eyes everywhere, peering out from the darkness, always there, always waiting. "Maybe it's the devil itself," Alex said, his voice strained, his eyes wide. "Maybe we're not just being watched. Maybe we're being judged." His words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Maybe that's the point. Maybe we're supposed to break, to fail. The room seemed to grow colder still. Diana's breath fogged in the air, a telltale sign that the temperature had dropped dangerously low. She could see it now, shapes flickering in the darkness, the outlines of human figures moving just beyond her vision. But when she looked directly at them, they vanished, only to reappear somewhere else in the room. They were too quick, too elusive to catch, but Diana felt their presence as clearly as she felt her own heartbeat. "I don't think it's just one thing," Julian murmured, his face pale. I think it's all of us." His eyes darted nervously to each of them in turn, his voice barely audible. "What if we're all being watched by our own fears? What if we're becoming what we're most afraid of?" A strange, tense silence filled the room as they processed his words. Diana could feel it too, the way each of them was starting to turn inward, retreating into their own thoughts. The fear that had gripped them was no longer just an external force. It had begun to live inside them, manifesting in their darkest corners. The mansion was only amplifying their deepest, most primal emotions, feeding on their fear, their doubt, and now their growing distrust of each other. Diana stepped away from the group, feeling as though the walls were closing in even more. The shadows pressed on her, thick and suffocating, and though she wanted to cry out, to scream, she couldn't. It felt as though the air had been stolen from her lungs. The shadows twisted and swirled, and as they did, she caught sight of something, a pair of glowing red eyes, staring at her from the corner of the room. Her breath hitched, and her heart pounded in her chest as the figure stepped out from the darkness. It was tall, almost too tall, with elongated limbs and a twisted face that was both human and something far worse. Its eyes gleamed with malicious delight, and as it moved toward her, its voice crawled into her mind. "Did you think you were alone?" it whispered, its voice a low growl that vibrated through her bones. "You were never alone, Diana. We are always with you, and we are watching." Chapter 7. The last chance. The walls of the mansion seemed to close in around them, the air growing thick and oppressive. Diana's pulse thundered in her ears as she stared at the towering figure that had stepped from the shadows. Its red eyes glowed with malice, its elongated limbs reaching out like grotesque tendrils. The laughter it emitted was low and guttural, vibrating through the very floor beneath their feet. It was not just a creature of darkness, it was the manifestation of every nightmare they had ever known. Alex was the first to react, his body trembling with a mix of fear and anger. He stumbled backward, almost falling, as his hands shot out to grab hold of Maria for support. "What the hell is that?" he shouted, his voice cracking. But the entity didn't answer. It didn't need to. Its presence was an answer in itself. Maria pressed herself against the wall, her eyes wide with terror. She had seen it before, those red eyes, those unblinking, soulless eyes. They had followed her throughout the mansion, watching, waiting for her to crack. The creature stepped forward, its face shifting like liquid, melding into different horrors, twisted faces, contorted bodies, and scenes from her own worst fears. Diana's throat tightened. "We need to get out of here, now." She spun around to look at the others, but they were frozen in place, unable to move, as if the sheer weight of the creature's gaze had paralyzed them. But she couldn't wait any longer. She turned toward the nearest door, her hand gripping the cold brass handle, her heart pounding so hard she could barely hear anything else. The seconds felt like hours. The door opened to reveal another hallway, dark and endless. But as she stepped forward, something stopped her. She could feel it, the walls closing in again. The mansion was shifting, warping, and she could sense the entity's fingers tightening around them all. They were trapped in this endless nightmare, and the longer they stayed, the less chance they had of escaping it. "Running won't save you," the creature hissed from behind her, its voice a rasping whisper that seemed to slither into her skin. "You cannot escape what you have already chosen. You are here for a reason, and there is no way out." Diana turned, her eyes wide with panic, and saw that the others were beginning to move, though it seemed slow and deliberate, like they were being controlled. "We can't keep going like this," Julian muttered, his face pale and drawn. His voice was strained, as though speaking the words took everything he had left. "We have no choice. We need to play." The weight of his words hit them all at once. It was true, wasn't it? They had been trapped in this game from the very start, and there was no longer any question of whether or not they would escape. The mansion had claimed them, and they were its prisoners. Whatever this thing was, it was not going to let them go. "What do you mean, we need to play?" Alex asked, his voice trembling with disbelief. "We don't have to listen to it. We can find another way. We have to." But even as he spoke, he knew the truth. The game had already begun, and they had already lost. The choices they made now would determine who would survive and who would perish. Diana felt a cold, creeping sense of hopelessness settle over her. She didn't want to play. She didn't want to make another choice, knowing that with every decision, they were sinking deeper into the game's grasp. But what choice did they have? Every step they took, every turn they made, only led them closer to the thing that watched them from the shadows. Suddenly, the creature's voice filled the room again, this time booming with a dreadful finality. "The final trial approaches. You have one chance to break free, but choose wisely, for this will be the last choice you will ever make." The air grew colder, the temperature dropping with each passing second. The shadows seemed to stretch impossibly long, reaching out like hands intent on dragging them under. The mansion itself seemed to tremble, as though it were alive, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for them to make that one final irreversible decision. Diana turned to the others, her face pale with fear. They were all looking at her, as if she held the key to their survival. She could feel the weight of their gazes on her, each one of them silently begging for an answer, for a way out. But deep down, she knew there was no easy solution. The mansion had them, body and soul. Whatever choice they made now would have consequences far beyond what they could imagine. "You need to decide," the creature growled, its voice low and guttural. "One will live, the others will remain here, lost in eternal suffering. Choose, and choose wisely." The finality of the words sent a cold shiver down Diana's spine. It was too much. The weight of everything they had gone through, everything they had suffered, was pressing down on her like a suffocating force. She could feel her grip on reality slipping. There was no way out. They were all going to die in this place, caught in a twisted game they could never escape. But as the darkness closed in around them, she realized one terrifying truth. The game had already won, and they were only playing to see who would be its last victim. Chapter 8. The face of the demon. The air in the room was suffocating, thick with an unnatural chill that crawled under their skin. Diana's eyes darted nervously between her friends, her mind racing. She could still feel the oppressive weight of the entity's presence in the shadows, like an invisible hand squeezing the life from her chest. The last trial was upon them, and every choice they had made so far had only led them deeper into its deadly game. There was no escape now. And just when they thought things couldn't get worse, they did. Alex was the first to scream. It wasn't a primal, instinctual scream. It was a sharp, guttural cry that tore through the silence of the room like a knife. He staggered backward, his hands clutching his head as if trying to hold his thoughts together. His eyes were wide with terror, pupils dilated, staring at something only he could see. The rest of the group froze in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. "What's wrong with him?" Maria shouted, but her voice was shaky, barely a whisper against the rising tension. She took a step toward Alex, but he jerked away from her, his face contorting in pain. "Get away from me!" Alex's voice was raw, filled with desperation. "It's inside my head. I can hear it. It won't stop. I can't think." His words were broken, incoherent, as if something was tearing him apart from the inside. Diana's heart pounded in her chest. She knew exactly what this was. It wasn't just fear. It wasn't just the game playing with his mind. No, this was something far worse. The demon had taken hold of him, wrapped its claws around his soul and twisted it, using him like a puppet in its dark theater. He was no longer Alex. He was a vessel for the demon's will, a tool for its twisted purposes. "Alex, please." Julian's voice cracked as he reached out to him, but Alex's eyes shot open wide, now glowing with an unnatural red hue. The pupils bled into the whites of his eyes until there was nothing left but that sickening, burning red. His mouth stretched into a grotesque smile, sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. It was as if the demon itself was wearing his face. "Don't come any closer." "Alex, no," the demon growled, its voice an unnatural guttural rasp that made Diana's blood run cold. "You think you can fight me? You think you can survive? You are all mine now. This is only the beginning." The room seemed to tremble as the demon's voice filled the space, echoing off the walls like a monstrous chorus. The shadows that had been stalking them suddenly seemed to take shape, shifting and writhing as if alive, crawling along the floor and up the walls, closing in on them. Maria took a step back, fear flashing in her eyes. "What are we supposed to do? How do we stop it?" Diana could barely breathe. The demon wasn't just trying to break their minds anymore. It was taking control of their bodies too. She could feel it, a cold, creeping presence running along her spine, tightening her chest with every breath. But as much as the fear clawed at her, she knew they couldn't back down now. They had to fight, even if it meant sacrificing everything to survive. But how could they fight something like this? What chance did they have against an entity that could possess their minds and twist their souls? What could they do against a creature that existed beyond their understanding, a force of darkness so ancient and powerful that it had reduced their world to a playground for its sadistic amusement? "Leave him alone!" Julian screamed, his voice desperate. He lunged toward Alex or the demon in Alex's body, but before he could reach him, the creature's hand shot out, grabbing him by the throat with inhuman strength. Julian's face turned pale as the demon squeezed, its grip like ice, cutting off his breath. "You're all so weak," the demon mocked, tightening its hold on Julian. "You will never escape. Your souls are already mine. You've been chosen, and now you will serve me for eternity." Diana felt a surge of terror so intense it nearly paralyzed her, but at the same time, something inside her snapped. She wasn't going to let it win. She wasn't going to let the demon take her, take any of them. She turned to Maria, her voice shaky but determined. "We need to do something. We can't just stand here and wait for it to take us too." Maria's eyes darted around the room, panic flashing in her gaze. "What can we do? We don't have any weapons. We don't even know what's real anymore." Diana's mind raced, searching for something, anything that could help them. She glanced at the walls, at the dark, shifting shadows. Then, her eyes landed on the table near the center of the room, where a single candle burned. It flickered in the darkness, casting long, trembling shadows across the walls. Could fire work? Could they burn the demon out? She didn't know, but at that moment, it was the only thing she had left. Without thinking, Diana rushed toward the table, grabbed the candle, and hurled it at the figure of Alex, the demon controlling him. The candle flew through the air, its flame dancing wildly, but before it could make contact, the shadows erupted, snuffing the light with a hiss. "No!" the demon screeched, its voice now a terrifying cacophony. It released Julian from its grip, throwing him across the room with a force that sent him crashing into the far wall. The creature's form began to distort, its human-like features melting into a nightmare of grotesque shapes and writhing shadows. "You think you can stop me?" The demon roared, its voice an echo of pure rage. The walls seemed to bend and crack under the weight of its fury, as if the mansion itself was reacting to the demon's power. "You cannot defeat me. This is your end." Diana felt a cold, bitter despair creeping over her. There seemed to be no way out, no salvation. They were trapped. But even in the face of that darkness, she refused to give up. If there was even a sliver of hope left, she would find it. For herself, for her friends. Chapter 9. The Final Sacrifice. The mansion was no longer just a house. It had become a living nightmare, pulsating with darkness. Each room a twisted reflection of their deepest fears. The floor beneath them trembled, the walls groaning as if the house itself were alive, breathing, waiting. The demon's form continued to shift and writhe in front of them, an unholy spectacle of distorted limbs and shattered faces, its voice a low growl, thrumming in the very air they breathed. The walls pulsed with its presence, thick with the tension of its power. Diana could feel the weight of the demon's gaze, cold and suffocating, watching them, waiting for them to break. She could feel the pull of its presence, like a dark gravity drawing her into its orbit. She could feel herself slipping, her mind fraying at the edges as it tried to plant seeds of doubt in her heart. She had never been so terrified in her life, but she knew one thing. She couldn't give in. They couldn't. If they did, they'd all be lost forever. The others were in various states of shock, barely able to move. Julian was still recovering from the demon's brutal assault, his body bruised and broken, but his eyes were sharp with desperation. He was clinging to the last thread of his sanity, his face pale and drawn, every inch of his body screaming for escape. Maria stood close to him, trembling, her hands clasped tightly together as if she could keep herself grounded with sheer force of will. But the terror was wearing on them all. The demon was relentless, its power growing stronger with every passing moment. "What are we going to do?" Maria whispered, her voice shaking with fear. Her eyes darted around the room, as if searching for some unseen escape. "There's no way out. It's too strong. We're not going to make it." Diana's stomach twisted, but she refused to let the fear take over. She had to stay strong. For them. She looked over at Alex, who was now slumped against the wall, his face still locked in the demon's grip. His body was no longer his own, he was a marionette. Strings pulled by the cruel hand of something far more powerful than them. The demon had marked him as its first victim, its vessel, and now it was playing with them all, toying with their minds, their souls. "We have to fight back," Julian muttered, his voice hoarse, but there was no certainty in his words. "We can't just keep running. We need to stop it, but how?" The air was thick with despair, and for a moment, Diana felt the crushing weight of it too. The mansion had stripped them of everything: hope, trust, and the belief that they could ever escape. The demon had dug its claws deep into their minds, twisting them into something unrecognizable. Every step they took felt like a step deeper into the abyss, and the further they went, the less human they became. But then, Diana heard a voice, low and distant, coming from the shadows. It was the demon, speaking directly to her, its voice slithering into her thoughts like a poison. "You think you can escape me? You think your pathetic little lives matter? You are mine. I have claimed you all." It chuckled, a sound so sinister that it made her skin crawl. "But I am not without mercy. I will give you one last chance, one final choice." Diana's breath caught in her throat. The air grew colder still, and she could feel the demon's power pressing in on her, forcing her to listen. "Choose," it continued, its voice wrapping around her like chains. "One will live, the others will perish. It's simple. Make the sacrifice, and you can leave this place. Fail, and your souls will remain here, trapped in my realm for eternity." "Sacrifice?" Maria's voice broke the silence, her eyes wide with horror. "You want us to choose who dies? To kill one of us? To save the others?" Diana's mind spun. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. How could they choose? How could they possibly make that decision? To condemn one of their own to death? To let the demon win? But the demon was right. This was the game. It had always been the game. A game of life and death, where the price for survival was steep. One of them had to die if any of them were to escape. There was no way around it. The only question now was who. "I won't do it," Julian said, his voice filled with a mix of defiance and despair. "I won't kill any of us. I won't let it win." Diana looked at him, but she could see the doubt in his eyes. He was terrified, just like the rest of them, but she could see the desperation too. He knew deep down that if they didn't make a choice, they would all be lost. He had to know. "I'll do it," Diana said, her voice shaking but firm. "I'll take the sacrifice." The room seemed to grow deathly still, as though the very air had been sucked out of it. The demon's eyes gleamed with twisted satisfaction, and for a moment it almost looked pleased. "Ah," it hissed, "wise choice. But know this, your sacrifice will not be forgotten. It will not be easy. The one who dies will not simply vanish. No, they will remain here, in this place, forever." Diana's heart pounded in her chest. She didn't want to die. None of them did. But if one of them had to die for the others to live, she would make that choice. She would be the one. But as she stepped forward, ready to make her peace with death, something inside her faltered. The demon's voice whispered in her mind, filling her with doubt, planting the seeds of fear. "Are you sure you can bear the weight of that choice?" it asked. "Can you live with the guilt of condemning one of your friends to an eternity of torment? Can you sacrifice the one you love most?" Diana's knees felt weak as she struggled to keep her composure. The demon was playing with her, trying to break her, but she wouldn't let it win. She had to stay strong. She had to make the choice that would save them. But in that moment, as she looked at her friends broken, afraid, and desperate, she realized something that made her blood run cold. She couldn't make this choice alone. They were all part of this twisted game, and they all had a role to play. If one of them was going to survive, they would have to make the decision together. It was their last chance. Chapter 10. The Return of the Game. The silence was deafening. For a moment, it felt as though the mansion itself had stopped breathing, as though time itself had frozen in place. Diana stood at the center of the room, her heart racing, her mind whirling. She had made her choice. She had offered herself as the sacrifice, willing to give her life to save the others. But now, in the face of it, the weight of that decision seemed unbearable. She could feel the eyes of the others on her: Maria, Julian, Alex, all of them waiting, hoping, dreading what would come next. The demon had been watching, of course. Its presence hung in the air like a shadow, stretching long and wide, suffocating everything in its path. Its voice, still echoing in their minds, was a low and insidious murmur. You have made your choice, but remember this. There is no true victory. Even in death, I will claim you all. Diana's breath hitched in her throat. She could feel the demon's eyes on her, sharp and cold, and she knew that it was savoring every second of her torment. But she couldn't falter now. She couldn't allow the fear to take root. She had promised her friends that she would do this, that she would face whatever horrors awaited her to save them. Alex, still twitching in the grip of the demon's possession, stirred beside her. His body jerked violently, his face still a twisted mask of torment, but for the first time in what felt like an eternity, a flicker of something human broke through the madness. His eyes met Diana's, and for just a moment, she saw the Alex she had known, the one who had been her friend. Don't do this, he whispered, his voice barely audible, raw with desperation. We can still fight. There's another way. But the demon was already laughing, its voice swelling until it drowned out everything else. Foolish children, it spat. You think you can fight me? I have already won. You are mine, all of you. You have played my game, and now you will pay the price. Every choice you made, every step you took, was part of my design. You think you can escape? You cannot. Maria shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she stepped forward, her voice trembling with fear. No, Diana, you can't do this. We can find another way. We have to stick together. We can figure this out. Please. Diana looked at her friends, her heart breaking. She had never wanted to be the one to make the decision, to be the one to sacrifice herself. But they were trapped, and there was no other choice. If one of them had to die, she would carry that burden. She closed her eyes, trying to steady her breath. She had come so far, had fought so hard, but nothing had prepared her for this moment. Nothing could. The room seemed to grow darker still, the shadows stretching impossibly long as the demon began to take its final form. It no longer hid in the corners of the room, lurking like an unseen predator. No, it had fully manifested now, its enormous, twisting body filling the space, its grotesque face grinning down at them with a hunger that sent chills racing up Diana's spine. I will savor your torment for eternity, it said, its voice thunderous, rattling the walls around them. But just as Diana prepared to step forward, to offer herself to the darkness, Julian did something she hadn't expected. He pushed past her, grabbing hold of the demon's arm with all the strength he had left. No, he growled, his eyes filled with fierce determination. I won't let you take her. I won't let you win, the demon sneered, its massive form leaning down to meet Julian's defiance. You are weak, it spat, its breath hot and rancid. None of you can stop me. Not now, not ever. But Julian wasn't listening anymore. He was trembling, yes, but his eyes burned with an unspoken resolve. If one of us has to die, he said, his voice low and steady, then we die together. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shake. The mansion groaned as though in pain, its foundations cracking and splintering, threatening to collapse around them. The demon's form rippled like liquid, its mouth opening wide in a roar that shook the very air. You think you can defy me? It howled, its voice filling the room, echoing in every corner of the mansion. You are nothing. You will be forgotten. Diana reached out, her hand trembling, and grabbed hold of Julian's arm. We need to make it stop, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the demon's shrieks. We need to destroy it. We need to end the game. Maria's eyes widened in realization. The game, it's not just about surviving, it's about defeating the demon. The choices we've made, the tests, they were all part of this. We have to break the cycle. We have to destroy its power. It was then that the ground beneath them cracked open completely, revealing a dark abyss, a swirling vortex of shadows and despair. The air around them thickened, the room spinning, as if gravity itself was losing its grip on the world. The demon's laughter echoed in the void, growing louder, more powerful with every passing second. You are too late, it boomed. The game has already begun. You cannot undo what is already done. Diana stood at the edge of the abyss, her heart racing. She didn't know if they could destroy the demon, if they could truly end this nightmare. But she wasn't going to let it win. Not after everything they had been through. "Do it!" Julian shouted, his voice full of urgency. "We have to end this now." And in that moment, with the fate of all their souls hanging in the balance, Diana understood. The final choice wasn't about who lived or who died. It was about the strength to face the darkness together, to fight back against the terror that had consumed them. They would face the demon, and no matter what it took, they would break free. But as the darkness closed in, and the mansion seemed to collapse around them, Diana had one last thought, a question that made her blood run cold. Had the game really ended? Or was this just the beginning?